is the main concern, as we have already seen. Gusty winds and isolated tornado also cannot be ruled out. We still have a enhanced risk. That is the level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. I'll give this a second to load and then you'll see it. We still have the enhanced risk level 3 out of 5 for basically all of our KVUE area through this evening, and then even overnight tonight, I expect another round of storms to move through. For the moment, though, it is 2 storms that we are watching. We also, by the way, have meteorologist Grace Thornton, who is in the studio with us, and she's keeping an eye on some of those current conditions. So, Grace, if you see anything over there for the National Weather Service, just let me know. As far as any reports that have been sent in, I'd imagine there are quite a few of them, some of them from right here in KVUE. And I'll tell you what, this storm, it is mainly a hail threat, but I don't like that it's starting to get this hook to it. This is a storm that might be trying to broadly rotate. So before we get into the hail tracker, let's look at the velocity here. Yeah, it's kind of a messy view. We'll switch radar sources, see if we can get a better vantage point. But just from the reflectivity, you can tell this is a storm that's trying to rotate. Let me back out. We'll switch down to the New Braunfels radar. Yeah, just not getting a very scattered, cluttered view of things there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But hey, this is one of the things they teach you like in elementary school. If you have a big thunderstorm out here, a supercell storm, and it's by itself, and it's got that spread eagle look to it, or it's got that hook which is coming down, that's what we call a hook echo. So there's at least some broad rotation in this storm, and that's something that we'll be keeping an eye on. Grace, I'll toss things over to you for a moment. I'll let you kind of let folks know exactly what you're seeing with this hail-producing storm over the metro.
Yeah, so basically, Hunter, we had a couple reports from here at the KVUE station, of course, that we sent to the National Weather Service about this large hail that is falling in North Austin. So our hail core has now kind of weakened a little bit, but now it's starting to strengthen once again and is now moving over those northern corridors of the I-35 corridor. So we are definitely still watching this. Let's name out a couple of areas. So Dobie Middle School, Istanbul, as well as Hart Elementary School. I'm sure many people are out of school already, but if you're, hanging around for maybe some after-school activities, this is where the hail is heading. Also, DeSano Road, as well as heading over towards Ferguson Lane. If you recognize any of these areas, please, if you have friends and family in those areas, just give them a call and make sure that they are putting their cars underneath something. But honestly, this hail was so large out here that I didn't even want to go outside. So make sure that you are taking those precautions. Again, this is a severe warned thunderstorm, so you're going to want to stay indoors anyway. Here's kind of a larger picture of that hail core. You know, it's already spreading all the way from those western sides of 183 over towards 290, now shifting over towards the Austin executive. You will feel this storm. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to actually be continued. You can see that they shifted over that polygon quite a while over towards the east. So this now includes Taylor, Copeland, Elgin, so that 290 corridor, as well as headed over towards 95 and up into Hutto as well. Those areas, eventually you may see some heavy downpours from this system, as well as that hail core that's moving over that I-35 corridor. It's now kind of almost completely over I-35 towards that Istanbul area. Summit Hospital of Central Texas, you also can be expecting the potential for this hail to be falling. We did get an update from the National Weather Service. One of the other, another person from Georgetown said that Pflugerville is now having pea-sized hail. Other pictures are coming in, say 2-inch sized hail near Allendale, as well as areas of West Austin. So pretty much all spread across here, we are seeing potential for that very large hail, but of course those sizes are kind of varying in places. You can also see that our hail core is stretching down into those kind of southern areas near DKR, as well as Martin Luther King Boulevard, I believe I saw. St. David's Hospital, of course, you'll be seeing potentially for that heavy rain. And then heading over, yep, here we go. Here's that I-35 corridor. Let's just zoom in. This is continuing to be over that Istanbul area. Cedars International Academy, Barnwood Park, all these areas have the potential to be seeing very, very large hail out there. Just we'll pause this real quick and just take a check on what's going on. So potentially, An inch and a half up to 2 inches is what we're expecting to see. So, of course, this is just one of our storms that we have going on right now. Of course, we still have that tornado warning that is ongoing out in the west and the hill country towards Mason County. This is a pretty nasty looking storm. Of course, also has a very hefty hail core with it as well. We'll shift it back over to Hunter. I think he has some updates for us.
Yeah, in fact, Grace, just wanted to give folks kind of a vantage point here as far as what I am seeing. This is the view from our tower cam. We have you looking, so downtown's right here. We're looking back into the storm, which is moving into northeastern Travis County right now. This is the big hail-producing storm. You can see this low cloud base. There's some broad rotation, but this is not a tornado-warned storm. We're keeping a very close eye on it, but this is what the storm looks like that has been producing all of this hail across the metro. In fact, with that in mind, let's go back to the radar now, and we're getting in some of these hail reports into our weather system here, so I wanted to show you where exactly those hail reports were coming in from. The National Weather Service now saying they got some storm reports around the Allendale area for hail, which is here where we are at KVUE, for hail, which was up to 2 inches in diameter. So these are the storm reports. You can just see exactly where this thing tracked through. Allendale. Now it's headed through Allendale into Walnut Forest. Now it is heading out towards Lake Pflugerville, Austin Executive Airport. All of these hail reports. In fact, there's the one. I believe Grace sent this one into the National Weather Service chat. So one of those hail reports is exactly the hailstorm that moved here over our KVUE area. Again, it was producing quarter to golf ball plus size hail when it moved over our area. And as we look at the reflectivity, I told you guys this is not a tornado warned storm, but anytime you start to set hook right there, you've got some warm, humid air which is feeding into this. So there is some broad rotation in this storm. We're keeping a close eye on hail potential and making sure none of these storms try to rotate. Speaking of, I've been corresponding with the National Weather Service, asking them what the plan is with the tornado warned storm, which right now is over Mason County. And what they said right now is they're coordinating with another National Weather Service office. So this is kind of behind the scenes stuff, but Mason is that's the San Angelo office. So they are coordinating now with that office. I would say it is probably likely that they may issue a new tornado warning for this storm as it goes into northern Llano County. And if you live in town in Llano, it is possible that tornado warning could include you. So we have two storms right now. We have this one, which is producing a large hail, so they're trimming that warning. Looks like they're going through the process right now of possibly extending that. Again, latest that I heard from Paul Ura, who's working with us at the National Weather Service. He says he is coordinating with that office, so I think we'll know here within another 1 to 2 minutes what they're going to do with that. But this is producing very large hail and has signs of some broad rotation to it, enough that they have issued the tornado warning with this storm. Right now, the rotation is located right over Pontotoc, and it also has a big hail core with it over that area. This is really tracking right along the 71 corridor. Let's go back into the velocity. Yep, this thing is still rotating. So the rotation, this part of Mason County, we're just at an awkward distance between radar sites, and that's why it looks a little bit fuzzy here. But this is where the rotation is. Pontotoc right over town right now. So we told you about 10 minutes ago, hopefully you continue to take your tornado precautions. Make sure you stay sheltered if you're living in this area. And we don't want anybody driving along 71 right here because this rotation, broad rotation and hail core is tracking right along the 71 corridor. In fact, here's the hail potential with that storm right now. This has a history of producing hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter or larger. The hail core has come down in intensity a little bit. Hopefully that's a sign that this storm is starting to kind of work things over and fizzle down a little bit more, but that's certainly not a guarantee. Again, we'll know here shortly what they're going to do with the rest of that warning. So we will continue to juggle back and forth with these two storms that we are tracking. This storm, which is causing all sorts of hail issues over the Austin area. And again, okay, getting word that we have some hail video. Let's go ahead and show this to our viewers. Here is some of the hail. Look at that. Looks like an apartment complex pool. And you can see big hailstones which are splashing down into the pool. Here's some more video coming in. That hail looks a little bit smaller, like maybe that was quarter size. That looks more along the lines of the stuff we saw here at KVUE, where it was, that is our parking lot, by the way, where it was a quarter to golf ball sized hail. Again, we were working here. We just finished up one of our streams. There's a measurement there where you can see those are, looks like a little bit right around an inch in diameter. So an inch in diameter, that'd be about a quarter size. So quarter plus size hail. That is what we've been tracking. Again, we're getting ready for our 5 o'clock newscast. We had just wrapped up a stream on KVUE Plus, and we start hearing these big hailstones hitting the roof at KVUE. We start hearing car alarms going off, and we knew, hey, this hail was intensifying a little bit farther than quarter size, and that's why we wanted to come on and give you an update as far as what is happening right now. This is the storm which is now moving into Pflugerville, Lake Pflugerville, Austin Executive Airport. These areas over northeastern Travis County, it is still producing hail that could be upwards of an inch in diameter. So we want everybody to continue taking your hail precautions. And then I'm just looking at the background here, making sure we're going to get word here in a few minutes on what they will do with the tornado warning, which is over Mason County. And that's going to dictate kind of how we will proceed here. It is 5:21. Of course, normally we'd be doing our full newscast, but given the hail-producing storm which has moved over the metro, we just wanted to go wall-to-wall with this so that everybody was aware of what's going on. Here is the latest with the hail core. And yep, this thing is still producing hail that is over an inch and a half in diameter. So right now, this is near Walnut Forest. This is Samsung Boulevard. Here is East Palmer Lane, Bluebonnet Trail Elementary, East Howard Lane, Cameron Road. This is Dessau Road, the Unity Center right there, Summit Hospital of Central Texas. Any of these landmarks, this is where the hail core is right now. Let me pull up the updated numbers here. I'll just go ahead and tell you, anytime you see those dark blues and purples, it is not good. So our system is indicating hail up to 1.6 inches in diameter right now, just south of Walnut Forest. Heading towards Bluebonnet Trail Elementary, this is Palmer Lane. This is a busy thoroughfare where there's going to be lots of folks on a normal Tuesday afternoon who are driving, and I just hope everybody is off the roads ahead of this storm. Again, it is moving into northeastern Travis County. If you know anybody, if you're sitting at home right now and you know somebody in your family might be driving through this, give them a call, give them a text. Hopefully they're aware of it already, but just want to make sure nobody is out driving in this. So I see behind me, in addition to this hail-producing storm, we have that tornado warning storm over Mason County, and it looks like they are going to not continue with the tornado warning with this storm, but continue rather with a severe thunderstorm warning for Llano. So let me punch this up. I imagine this is probably tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Looks like they have not updated that tag in there, so let me read through the text here of the National Weather Service. They say 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail, so they are not mentioning anymore the threat for a tornado. So hopefully here in the next couple of minutes we'll get this to drop off, and then we won't have any tornado concern for right now. But this is a storm which is producing hail, which is heading into northern Llano County. The severe thunderstorm warning goes right down to Llano County in town. Hopefully the worst of the hail stays just north of there, but that's certainly not a guarantee. 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. That is what that storm is producing. And then I'm just going to check in with the tornado warning, which is still ongoing for Mason County. That is set to expire at 5:45, but I'd imagine they'll be able to let that close out earlier just because it's moving out of that area and it's no longer exhibiting strong signs of rotation. So hopefully that is the situation. And then outside of that, we continue to watch this storm, which is producing hail over the northeast metro right now. So I just want to hold on here for a little bit longer, and we'll let this storm get out of the metro because this thing is still producing hail. And then hopefully we'll be able to get you back to regular programming, and we'll be able to do a normal newscast at 10. But I do not think that this is going to be okay, here, I'll toss things over to Grace here for a second. She's been checking in with the severe thunderstorm watch. It was in effect until 11 p.m. Did they expanded some of the counties there? Here, Grace, I'll let you talk through this.
Yeah, they extended it into a couple of counties. So actually earlier today, we didn't have it for Mason County as well as Bastrop, Lee, or Milam County, I believe. So they've now extended this a little bit, past just what we were before. And of course, that is going to continue into tonight as well as potentially tomorrow morning. So this goes until 11 p.m. tonight. However, we are going to have rounds of rain continuing past 11 p.m. So after we kind of get past this line of storms that's going to be moving in until about 11 p.m. or even until midnight, there's going to be another round of storms that we are kind of waiting for that's going to be moving in from the south as well. So let's go back to where we were before for our radar to keep watch of that storm that is moving over the Austin metro right now and now moving east of the I-35 corridor. So, of course, they extended the watch, but these warnings have also been continuously extended off to the east. So, like I was saying a little bit earlier on, they've now extended it to include Austin Executive Airport, which is now seeing torrential downpours, Manor, as well as Elgin, Copeland, and Taylor. So this extends all the way over towards that 95 corridor, Lund, Manda, New Sweden, Selly, Lake Pflugerville, those areas. We also did see a report from the National Weather Service of hail over towards Pflugerville. Let's check in actually on that hail core, maybe even look at the hail path just to see exactly where this was going over the past few minutes here, or almost an hour now that we've been on this. So yes, we see it got really heavy over towards our areas just to the south of KVUE over Burnett Road here, continuing off towards the Allendale area, and then of course increasing in intensity over that Istanbul area, so that north area of I-35, and then continuing on over towards Samsung Boulevard, the Unity Center, and looks to have dropped off just a little bit as we're heading over, or continuing to head over towards the east. So this is the intersection of 290, and we'll see if that populates. Doesn't look like it's going to. Oh, and Highway 130. So Highway 290 and Highway 130 is now going to be seeing the potential for that heavy rain as well as that hail core. And then, of course, we're still potentially watching for a little bit of rotation, but it looks like that has dropped off for just the moment. So we'll then send things back over to Hunter with some extra updates on everything else that's going on tonight.
Yeah, Grace, thank you very much. Here, we'll wait a second. There we go. Grace, thank you very much for that. One note that we just got for the National Weather Service. So you see what they did here? They just added this tag. We call this a tag as far as a threat tag for this storm, where this is still a severe thunderstorm warning. This is still mainly a hail threat, but we've been telling you about this little hook. You guys still see it, and we never like, especially not this time of the year when we have all sorts of warmth and humidity. We do not like when a storm has a hook like that. So that is showing broad rotation. So they've added this tag, tornado possible. This is not a tornado warning, but they are seeing signs that the rotation it's broad, but it's trying to tighten up a little bit. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. Hopefully it does not tighten up anymore to produce a tornado, but it has done so enough that they're going to add that threat, tornado possible. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's around the Austin Executive Airport, Pflugerville. The hook is down farther south, though. It's along 290, which runs from eastern Travis into Elgin. So Elgin area. The storm is still a ways away from you, but I want you to kind of stay on this with me just to make sure we don't get any sort of tornado warning here, because I don't like the way that this hook is showing up. And then, by the way, also had an update on the Llano County storm, which when it was over Mason County was producing a tornado warning, which is another reason why I wanted to stay wall to wall with you through this. The National Weather Service said, so they were talking with the office in San Angelo, they had a report over northern Mason County of a small wall cloud. A wall cloud, again, it's not a tornado all the way down to the ground, but when they got that report of the wall cloud, they went ahead, issued the warning with it, but they've not had any other reports, and the rotation's a little bit weaker, so that's why they're going tornado warning. That's going to drop down, and then they're going to go with just severe thunderstorm warning for northern Llano County. This is still a hail threat, which includes Llano, but the tornado threat has gone down for the time being there. Hey, here's a new storm developing over Dripping Springs. As Grace was saying, I think this is going to be kind of a long evening, even a long night for much of us, as we're just so warm. We're so humid. We have this front coming in. I think we're going to have more storms that develop through this evening, so we'll have to watch all of these. For the time being, though, this will be the plan, and this is just kind of some housekeeping, too, for folks in the back. What we'll do, assuming this does not get a tornado warning with it, which hopefully it does not, we will toss into World News tonight at the conclusion of our 5:30 broadcast. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, which is producing hail around the Austin Executive Airport, moving into northeastern Travis, and then eventually this is going to clip far northern Bastrop County near Elgin, then up the 95 corridor to Taylor. These areas, I want you to prepare for hail that could be upwards of an inch in diameter, say quarter to golf ball size plus. And then also this is a storm that is broadly rotating, which is why they went with the tornado possible tag. I've been watching the velocity. And again, we're just not seeing anything here as far as an imminent threat for tornado. So with that being said, we will toss to World News tonight. We will keep an eye on this, and we'll have more coverage on KVUE Plus and our full newscast coming up on KVUE at 6.
Sorry, I took your
All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are going on just live on KVUE Plus and our streaming platforms to update you on not a severe storm, but a storm that's still strong, and it is moving over, I hate to say it, but some of the exact same spots that with our last storm, which produced severe hail over the metro. This is not hail that's quite as big as that, but it is producing some less than quarter-size hail, maybe pea to penny-sized hail. Loop 360, that's going to cross over into parts of Terrytown, heading towards Allendale, towards the station. Again, these are just some of the exact same spots that have previously seen hail. So what we want to do, I'm going to go into, I'm going to set up a 3-box. That way you can see that is our tower cam, which is up in the clouds right now. I'm trying to pick a more scenic shot for you guys. Hey, check this out from our Zach Theater camera. Again, this storm is not severe. We do have a severe storm over Wilco, and I'll update you on that one here in a moment. I just want to get a better shot of this storm, which is moving into the metro. Our Zach Theater camera has a pretty good vantage point of this. Looks like that's going to take a while to load. There we go. So let's go. We'll put cam 24 in this. So here is a view right now from our Zach cam here. I'm going to pan this over, step out of the frame for a second. We'll pan this over to the right, and you're going to get a vantage point of this. Look at that. Wow, look at that lowering. My goodness, look at that. So this storm, again, is not severe, but it is producing some hail, and we'll just kind of keep an eye on this thing. So let's go to, here, let me just show you the broader view real quick before we get into any of the storms. So we've pushed this out, so we're going to have some more folks who are tuning in to watch with us. What we have is a non-severe storm over the metro. We have a severe storm, which is over far northern Wilco. And this is the storm, it's over Briggs right now, that has really produced the largest hail that we have seen today. That could be 1.5 inches, maybe more in diameter. Also, you can look at it. It's another one of these that has kind of the hook shape to it. But it has not produced a tornado, thankfully. But let me show you the hail core. Yep, that is right over Briggs. And as I do this, I'm just kind of getting things set up here behind the scenes. We'll do VMix at the wall. That way Grace can see. Perfect. We'll do VMix to prompter. All right. And we are all squared away here. I mean, how impressive is that shot here? I'll take this full for you. This is our Zach Theater camera where you've got this lowering associated with the storm. Again, this is not producing a tornado, but that is a scary looking sight coming into the metro right now. This storm, again, the one that you're looking at is over Briggs, and that is going to pass over far northern Williamson County, and that is the only good news about this storm. While it is producing hail near Briggs, this is going to pass north of Andis, likely north of Jarrell, north of Sun City, so this is far northern Williamson County. This is another severe storm that we are tracking over Llano County, south of Llano. This is another one that has hail that is upwards of 1 inch in diameter, anywhere from 1/4 to, say, ping pong ball size hail. This one is drifting east towards the Marble Falls area. Here's just kind of a broad view of the hail tracker where you can see all of these storms. Let's get in closer here on the metro. Talk about some of the spots that are seeing hail. Camp Mabry, Mopac, Austin Country Club, the Rosedale School. I'm going to pause this just so you can kind of pick out a few landmarks. Good Shepherd Episcopal School from Westlake Hills into now into Terrytown. Again, this is going to move across Mopac into the Allendale area, and then this goes into the far northern edge of downtown. And then what you're looking at below me is the Zach Theater camera, where we're trying to keep up with this storm as it is racing eastward. Man, really, it's just crazy to see that lowering. And I know some of you might be seeing that cloud. This is not producing a tornado. Okay, it's not. But this is a storm that is producing some non-severe hail. Here's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see which that one is. Hopefully it's not this one. Okay, it is not this warning across the metro. Looks like it was a new warning for this storm over Llano County, which is heading towards the Marble Falls area. I was just out there in the Meadow Lakes neighborhood. Beautiful out there. We're, of course, watching the solar eclipse. This storm is producing hail, and it is heading towards the Marble Falls area as well. So what I want to do here in the bottom camera, what we'll do, put the wall in there. All right, Grace, I believe we've got your Your
Everyone.
mic is on?
Yep.
Hello, everybody. So we've got a team coverage for you. Grace has been in here watching all of these hail-producing storms as well. So, Grace, I'll let you take over for a little bit, walk folks through what you are seeing.
Yeah, so we are seeing this kind of storm. It's really interesting. It is completely overwashing the same, almost exact same area. Or areas of North Austin. So I've got this pulled up here on our Max 2 computer. We're tracking that hail right now. And also I kind of want to overlay these storm reports. So Hunter, I don't know if you can pull up my side. Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Is that yours? Can you walk in front of it?
Yeah, I'm on the wall. It's just Max 1.
That's Max 2.
Yeah.
That's Max 1, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Max 2. Stand by, everybody. We're going to figure this out eventually.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. So here, just switch back. There we go. Doesn't work on the wall, but that's okay. I can talk over it. It doesn't matter. All right, yeah, so we're seeing where Camp Mabry is, that storm that's moving on through to the east of that. We're still noticing a hail core within this second storm. So this is our second one, moving over very, very similar areas to our first one. So I kind of want to pull up our storm reports from our first storm. We got some really, really interesting hail reports, anywhere from 2 and even 3 inches in some places. Most areas got about 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches. So that's about ping pong ball sized hail. Here at the station, that's definitely what we saw. But there is another one I was able to pick out here that was 3 inches or 3.25 inch hail, which is the biggest. Yeah, here it is from our media. So we actually saw a picture of this in our National Weather Service chat here. So that's the biggest we've seen so far this, tonight from these storms. And of course, now that we're kind of heading into the 8 p.m., 9 p.m. hours, these later hours, we're actually going to definitely be starting to see more numerous storms appear out in the hill country, which is exactly what is happening right now. Of course, with Llano County out there, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings issued there.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings issued out towards Llano County, pretty much the entire southern portion of the county there covered in severe thunderstorm warnings, extending now off towards Marble Falls. So this is going to be continuing to move to the east mostly, and even off to the north in some places over towards that kind of highway 281 there. So if you're in those areas, you got neighbors and family members who live over towards that area of Burnett down towards Marble Falls, just let them know they are in that polygon. That includes them in that severe thunderstorm warning, which will continue off to the east as we head into the next couple of minutes here. Of course, we have some other warnings going on just kind of to the very northeast edge of Burnett County here. We were just seeing this from Hunter, Briggs, as well as up towards Ocala. Those white spots in the radar there, that's probably where we're going to be seeing some of that hail as well. You can see, yep, overlaying it. It is, wow, probably one of the brightest signatures I've seen since I started working here. Let's take a check on that. And then we'll pause that. We'll pause that right now. We'll redo that real quick. We'll zoom on in again, head towards hail. Yeah, so 2 inches and probably more than 2 inches at times. So we already had that 3-inch marker that was associated with our storm that was much more south than this. But of course, as you can see, turning back to our live view of the radar, these storms are becoming a little bit more numerous, more scattered in nature. Before, probably about an hour or 2 hours ago, we were seeing them very, very isolated in spots. But as you can see, we've become a lot more widespread and numerous over towards those hill country areas and off spreading up towards that northeast end of Burnett County there. And now this area in Austin, you can see so much lightning from our current storm that's moving over Austin. Thankfully, this has not gotten a severe thunderstorm warning on it so far, but it is producing hail. We've seen a couple reports but of smaller hail, and you can see it is moving right past those North Austin neighborhoods where we just saw hail about an hour or hour and a half ago. So Guadalupe Street, let's zoom in a little bit closer. These are areas that could potentially be seeing ping pong sized, golf ball sized, maybe a little bit lower than that. We'll take a pause on that.
This is impacting parts of the UT campus too, so some students might be getting some hail right now.
Griffin School, I can hear it over KVUE right now. We've got a couple of heavy spots. So down towards Shoal Creek Greenbelt. Yeah, here's that University of Texas spot. So they could be seeing some considerable hail right now, and I'm sure we'll start to see on social media many of those reports coming back to us.
Grace, I've got it just overhead here. This is our roof cam here at KVUE. So if you guys weren't watching with us at 5 o'clock, I don't know if you guys can hear this on the mic, but we had, I would say, golf ball size hail, maybe even a little bit larger, move right over our TV station. So we had just wrapped up doing a live stream. We're getting ready for the newscast. We hear it pelting down on the ceiling. We walk outside, and unfortunately there were some cars that even had a little bit of minor hail damage, and we have hail which is moving over that exact same spot. In fact, I fully imagine that they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this, because this is intensifying right over the metro. Once again, here I'm going to take Max 1 full just so everybody can see that. Yeah, this is where the hail core is. It is right over I-35, parts of the UT campus, and it's going to move into East Austin. This is going to head towards Decker Lake, Manor. If you saw hail with that storm that moved through a couple hours ago, you're likely going to see hail again. In fact, what I'm going to do here, Grace, I'm going to punch you up on the wall. I'm going to go talk with our production team because we're likely going to need to do a cut-in for this storm as well. In fact, there it goes. They just issued it. So, Grace, we got you on the wall now. Is that, I believe that's your... There we go. We got you on the wall now. You can talk about that for a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to take them through the timeline real quick. So as we head into the night tonight, you can see that our high-resolution model is picking up on those storms kind of coming out of the hill country now, about 7 p.m. It's actually kind of lagging just a little bit. But as we head a little bit forward towards 8 p.m., 9 p.m., you'll see that they do become, pretty significant up towards the north end of Austin. So northern Travis County as well as Williamson County, and especially also still being pretty isolated and stuff out there in the hill country. We are going to get that to organize up into a stronger line a little bit later on. So our severe thunderstorm watch goes until 11 p.m. tonight, and you can see that already our high resolution models, this is kind of new data here. It is updating a little bit. So before, this was a very strong line of storms. I kind of like the way this looks a little bit better. Because it's kind of breaking apart a little bit, sending some storms to the north, sending some storms to the south. So hopefully we won't have such a strong line moving through the I-35 corridor. So it looks like updating.
Hey,
and
Grace,
then of
sorry
course,
to interrupt you. We're going to do a quick cut in here. So let's switch spots. I'll head over there to Max 2. You can just leave that computer right there. And I will give you Max 1. What I'm going to do for folks watching on the stream, you're going to see black for just a moment, and then our cut-in's going to pick things up. So just stand by with us for one moment, and then we'll pop up on screen once we get on TV. Hello, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are on air again to tell you about a hail-producing storm, which unfortunately is following a very similar path to the one that we had moved through a couple of hours ago. And this is producing quarter-size or larger hail over the north-central metro. And this, again, is heading towards some of the same spots. So if you live out around Manor, Pflugerville, northeastern Travis County, another hailstorm is moving through. Now, the good news here is the hail with this one, it's a little bit smaller. I would say this is mainly quarter-size hail. We had some, say, golf ball size, maybe even a little bit larger than that with the storm that moved through earlier. So with that being said, just like we did with the last one, we'll get into the hail tracker here and see what the system is showing here. Again, this is a hail threat that we were watching with this storm. So here's the hail tracker. Unfortunately, that continues to intensify. Again, this just reminded me of that last one where it looked like it was coming down in intensity and then it ramps back up. So this is right over Cameron Road here. I'll hit pause on this so you can pick out some landmarks. This is Springdale Road. Here is 183. This is 2222, right? Ferguson Lane, Cameron Road, Rutherford Lane. This is I-35, so it moved through parts of just north of downtown. It was very close to the West Campus area, and now it has crossed over I-35. Again, this is 183, Springdale Road, and this is Palmer Lane up here. So if you know anybody who could be out driving, give them a call. Once again, this is just not a good evening to be out and about because we have these big hail-producing storms. And just like we talked about with the last one, where you get these purples here, those are bigger returns where the hail could be upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter. So let me punch that up for you. Yep, we're getting 1.5 inches on the dot. So that would be hail up to $half size. Now, here on TV, I'm going to go for another minute or two, and then we'll get back to complete coverage online. Don't want to take up too much of your time here on KVUE. But next up, this is going to head towards places like Manor, right along the 290 corridor, Austin Executive Airport, South Pflugerville. It's going to ride out 290, and if this one holds together, Elgin, you could have another hailstorm. So again, if you had hail with the system that moved through a couple of hours ago, you likely have more hail that will be moving in. Then before I leave you, here is the bigger picture view. We do have a couple of other storms that we're tracking. We have this storm, a hail threat now moving into east and northeast Austin. We have very strong storms producing more hail over southern Burnett County, and then we have a storm just north of Williamson County that is also producing hail. We will have more of this through this evening. So I will leave you here on TV. Meteorologist Grace Thornton and I, we are live on KVUE Plus. We're live on YouTube, all of our streaming sites. So if you would like wall-to-wall weather coverage, you can join us there. If we have additional warnings, we'll keep you updated here on TV as well. All right. Hello, everybody. For folks who are watching on the stream, that was just a little bit of the behind the scenes as I did a little bit of a cut in here. And as I stand by this computer, the NWS is saying radar now estimating size of 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter on this Travis County storm. So again, this is just unfortunately another big hail producing storm going over some of the exact same spots. This is heading right towards Manor. It is just south of Walnut Forest, riding right along 290. It is over 183 where it intersects with 290. It is moving into the east and northeast Austin metro. Right now, this is producing hail that is 1.5 inches to 2 inches in diameter. I'm keeping an eye here on our tower cams as well. TxDOT 1, okay. Here, I can pull that up. Give me one moment. Let's do TxDOT 1. We'll do that in the router. So here's what Grace was talking about. Yeah, this is 290 West near Berkman Drive. And that is the type of torrential rain. And you see some cars there. We don't want anybody driving in this storm. Again, it is producing hail. Yeah, hey, look at the wind. You can see where the sign over the highway is shaking around too. By the way, they're getting reports of hail that could be even more than 2 inches in diameter over parts of far northeastern Burnett County near the Briggs area. So we have just multiple hail-producing storms here. Let's go back to the boxes here. So Grace, we got you pulled up now, and I'll get your mic turned on. I mean, you could just see it with the map that Grace has on there, where you've just got these huge hail cores, and they stick out in all three of these storms. Here, let me get your. I'll get VMix pulled up at the computer so you can see it. There you go. Yeah, Grace, so just walk folks through what you're seeing. We can start here in Austin and then walk through some of those other storms too.
Yeah, so here in Austin, the hail core that we've been tracking over the past hour or so, it's, weakening and then strengthening, weakening and then strengthening. That's exactly what we saw with the other storm that dropped hail, so early on this evening around 6 p.m. or so, or 5 p.m. or so actually. So zooming into that one, you can see that it is strengthening up once again, just past that 180, where 183 and 35 come together. Not many names populating. This is up towards Summit Hospital of Central Texas, Rutherford Lane. Affecting those areas. Cameron Road, Walnut Creek Nature Preserve, and we just got a new scan in as well. So that's moving pretty fast over the area. Let's take a check in on our other storms, which actually have even bigger hail cores associated with them. So this one storm is actually on its way out of northeastern Burnett County, making its way up towards Belton and Killeen, Texas, which has our most significant hail core on there, I would say. So this, we just checked in on it actually a few moments ago, estimated 2 inches, potentially even more than that. We've gotten reports of 2 to even 3. The biggest report of hail we've gotten is 3¼ inch hail, which was really wild to see the pictures of that. That was down towards our first instance of hail that we were tracking, down towards that first Austin storm that moved through at around 5 o'clock. Our next storm out here, Granite Shoals, so this is shifting into the southern portion of Burnett County. This is what we were talking about, moving over towards Marble Falls. I mean, a large portion of this storm has the potential for hail all the way up into, I believe that's 29 there, basically spreading all the way from 29 down south towards those southern borders of Burnett County. This again, I mean, we got a little red spot in here too. So let's take a pause on that, zoom in real close and see just how large that's estimating. So yeah, up to over 2½ inches for hail size, which is very large. And then the pink, of course, was that 2-inch mark. So we are definitely going to be seeing some interesting stuff out of the hill country as we head into the next couple of hours here, if not minutes, because yeah, these, you can see them, just the bullseyes towards Austin, Horseshoe Bay, and up towards, well, now shifting into that next county there, which is good for us because we'll be able to drop this severe thunderstorm warning out of the KVUE viewing area. I believe that's still on there. Let's switch back to radar real quick. Yeah, so I believe, I don't think we have any updates from the National Weather Service yet that they're going to clip that, but most likely that's what I would expect, because of course it's moving out of our area into that next county there. But certainly widespread, lots of heavy rain. Hunter, you got any new updates over on that side?
Just turn the mic on. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat. Just a couple of hail reports that they're getting sent in. So let me pull this up. Getting reports around the domain. By the way, here's one from Llano County. Baseball size hail reported. Llano County, EMC, and Horseshoe Bay in eastern Llano County. Baseball sized hail. Another one that we got in, ping pong ball sized hail at 183 in Mopac. That is about a mile north of where we are at right now. So again, this storm it's uncanny. It's following the exact same path of the hail-producing storm that we had earlier. Here, I'm going to put we'll put Max 1 here in the main box, and then up top I've got our downtown sky camera. So we have multiple major hail-producing storms right now. This is one that is right along 290, and it is heading towards Manor. So Manor, hail precautions right now. That is hail that could be 1½ to 2 inches in diameter. And this hail is this is bonkers. What is heading into Marble Falls right now. This hail, let me do a query here and see the numbers that this is printing out. 2.8 inches in diameter. Again, this is a storm that has a history of producing hail up to baseball size back when it was in Llano County, and unfortunately I don't think it's weakened at all. I think it's intensified as it is heading into Marble Falls right now. So if you live in Marble Falls, you absolutely need to be indoors because this storm is producing damaging hail. We talked about this on TV earlier, how, last week we had a bunch of hail out near Bee Cave and Hamilton Pool, right? It was a lot of hail, but it was all small hail, so that's not the stuff that does damage. This is the type of hail that does damage. This is the type of hail that dents your car. When it's moving into Marble Falls, this is the type of hail that can crack windshields, that can do roof damage. This is certainly not something that you want to be driving in. This is real deal hail, which is heading into Marble Falls as we speak. Right along 281, Granite Shoals, Horseshoe Bay, and just to show you some of the storm reports, which is what they were talking about in the National Weather Service chat. Let's see if they've entered this in yet. Yeah, I don't think they've put it in yet, but they have seen baseball-sized hail in some of these storms across the hill country, and I fear that that's what could be rolling into Marble Falls right now. Serious hail, which is moving in. So here is an update from the National Weather Service. They've now tagged this for 2.75-inch hail. 2.75 inches and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is what they've tagged the storm with, which is moving into Marble Falls right now, southern Burnett County. So let's back out this view. Again, we have a storm which has moved out of Williamson County. Good news, because that one's producing hail. We have a storm here over East Austin, right over Manor, which is producing hail. We have a little bit of non-severe hail over northern Blanco County, that's south of Round Mountain. Burnett County, though, the storm that is moving from Llano into Burnett County, this is serious hail. The National Weather Service is now up to 2.75 inches in diameter with this hail. And our radar is indicating, hey, it might even be larger than that. So we've got reports of hail up to baseball size, and now this is what is tracking into the Marble Falls area right now. In fact, it is in town now. Major hail. This is heading towards Smithwick. This is heading towards Spicewood. Keeping an eye here on Twitter, X, and Facebook, and seeing if we have any reports here. This is a serious hail. And by the way, we're streaming here on YouTube and KVUE Plus and all of our platforms. If you are on a platform where you're able to submit comments, please let us know. I'm pulling up the YouTube stream right now. Looks like we have nearly 500 folks who are watching with us. If you, again, are somebody who is watching in Marble Falls right now, want you to take shelter. This is not the type of hail that you want to be outside in. This is damaging hail. If you're ahead of this in Smithwick or Spicewood, want you to take action right now to protect your car with this major hail which is moving in. Seeing if we have any pictures that are sent in, checking in with the National Weather Service. Yep, so here's the latest. Jason Runyon with the National Weather Service says we have increased hail size in the warning for southern Burnett County to baseball size. Baseball size hail now right over Marble Falls, 281, southern Burnett County, Horseshoe Bay, Granite Shoals. The hail's starting to move out, but you just had major hail move through. This is heading towards Smithwick and Spicewood. And if this holds together, we're seeing no signs that it won't. This is going to be a northwest Travis County problem. This could be a Leander storm if it holds together, moving east out around. It's probably going to be north of Steiner Ranch. Steiner Ranch had some hail earlier. Leander, Spicewood, far northwest Travis. These are some of the spots that I want to really keep a close eye on this storm. This is the biggest hail that we've seen so far today, and this is a day that has had many hail reports sent in already. Let me see if some of the storm reports are coming in now. The National Weather Service, they're reporting them in the chat that it takes a while for those to actually be sent into the system here so that we can see them. But this is serious hail, which is right now over Marble Falls. Again, I was out there yesterday. I was in the Meadow Lakes community. We watched the eclipse out there. It was fantastic. It's a beautiful place. But we have major hail right now right over town. Let's go in. Let's zoom in even closer. I'll take this full just so everybody can see exactly what we're talking about. Mustang Drive, Marble Falls High School. There's the Meadow Lakes area, again, right on Lake Marble Falls. 281, which goes right up into town. FM 1431, 2nd Street, Marble Falls Primary School. This is going to go right along Lake Marble Falls, and it's going to track into Smithwick. Also, this is reaching parts of the 71 corridor now. So right where 281 and 71 intersect, this storm is impacting those spots as well. Again, here's a report from Burnett County Office of Emergency Management. Derek Marchio Getting reports of baseball-size hail in Marble Falls. Baseball-size hail, which is moving into Marble Falls right now. Take your hail precautions for sure if this is where you are. And by the way, we'll need to keep an eye on this storm down to the south too, which is heading into the Round Mountain area. We have three hail-producing storms in our area. One is over East Austin, one is over southern Burnett County, one is over northern Blanco County, and one just moved north of Williamson County. But by far, this is the biggest one. Let's do a storm track on this. Let me see what the movement is that they're saying. They're saying moving east at 40. They're saying this is a destructive storm for Marble Falls and southern Burnett County. Hazards baseball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They have confirmed reports of this. So let's do a storm track again. We're moving east at 40, so this thing is really moving. By the way, I would imagine we'll get a downstream warning for this soon. So here is the code. Again, if this continues on its current track, this could be a Leander issue. This could be a Lago Vista issue. Far North Austin Metro around the Arboretum and the Domain. And then this could be a Round Rock storm if it holds together on this current track. Highland Lakes Amateur Radio Club. Oh, we're starting to get some pictures here from Horseshoe Bay. New hail report up to 2 inches measured with pictures. Cottonwood Shores, Horseshoe Bay, Meadow Lakes area. That's exactly, it's crazy. It's exactly where I was yesterday for the eclipse. And then we're getting a photo here of some of the hail. Let me show this to you guys. Give me one moment. We'll be able to pull this up. I'm going to put this in router 2. Stand by. All right, so this, never mind, that did not work. Try that. Yeah, so this is the picture, so you can see a golf ball size hail or larger. That is, I would say that's on the small edge of things as far as what is moving into, through southern Burnett County right now. That was from Llano County EMA officials there. So that is what we were tracking. Another report, marble-sized hail falling at Harris Branch in 290. 2-inch hail, Ham reported in the area of the LDS Church in Marble Falls and Mormon Hills area of Marble Falls. So this thing is bare minimum producing 2-inch in diameter hail. Tons of lightning too. Look how electric these storms are. We have been watching some broad rotation too. Just want to check in with our velocity. Well, yeah, there's certainly a little broad rotation there, but mainly this is a hail threat right now with very large hail up to baseball size, which is about to exit Marble Falls here in the next several minutes, but it is going to move into the Smithwick area. Yep, 2.75 inch confirmed hail in Horseshoe Bay. Here, Grace, I'm going to toss things back over to you here for a moment at the wall, and I'm going to sift through some of these reports, and then we may hop back on here on TV for a second. Your mic is on.
Yeah. So, yeah, of course, this is really, I mean, the most significant hail signature I've ever seen. That's shifting across, well, now to the east of Marble Falls. But if we look a little bit down to the south and west towards Round Mountain and areas down towards Johnson City too, you guys are starting to feel some, influence from these storms as well that are starting to kind of, organize up to just to the south of this line. As we're zooming out, you can kind of see where that line of storms is shaping up a little bit. It's a little bit much easier to see when you zoom out, of course, stretching all the way from northern Williamson County down through Burnett and of course down through through Fredericksburg, you can kind of see where that line is forming up. And also on the back half of this, some of our dew points and relative humidity has started to fall. So you can kind of see just where that front is headed. And of course, now we still have to deal with the storms before it moves over us. But, you know, you can kind of see that there's, you know, some clear skies on the back half of that. However, let's keep looking at these hail signatures. Wow, this is even larger than before. It's possible that we could even head into a cut-in on air as well again. So let's take a pause on this and, of course, check exactly what that radar is estimating. Over 3 inches. 3 inches down there to the south, and up to the north over 3 inches again. So very significant hail signature. This, of course, is severe hail. I actually pulled up a hail comparison just so I could know for myself, because it's hard to level with just the numbers, but it's very easy to visualize, you know, golf ball size hail. This over 3 inches is going to be over baseball size hail. Softball size hail is 4 inches. So some areas in here with that 3.3, it's possible that even greater sized hail could be within that signature. So we're expecting anywhere between baseball and softball. This is extremely dangerous. You do not want to be outside right now. If your car is outside, if you're worried about that, it's too late for that. And again, this is now moving to the east of Marble Falls. That's Highway 281 continuing off to the east. And of course, let's kind of look at some of these areas that are just to the east of this storm. So Smithwick, Spicewood, Laga Vista, this could also become an issue of yours in the next few minutes here. And now I know these areas are not as populated, of course, as, you know, the Austin Metro, but of course, you know, we still care about the people out there as well. And this is detrimental to areas, especially if your house is around, if you're outside, if your car is parked outside. Of course, this is definitely what we would condone as severe hail. So I'm going to try and get some of these road names to populate just a little bit. You know, they're county roads. So EFM 1431. Here we had Turkey Bend recreational area down there. This is just right on the outskirts of that as well. Krause Springs, and of course Spicewood. We've also got Ridge Harbor Drive, Marina Shores Drive, down here till towards Palmer Lakeside at Barton Creek in Spicewood, Texas. County Road 404, County Road 413, and of course Highway 71, the Highway 71 Church, I should say. So this is continuing off to the east of Marble Falls. Very significant signature. This has even grown from where we just saw over 3 inches in diameter. That is over baseball sized hail, gearing towards even softball sized hail. Very detrimental. So if you know anyone in and around Marble Falls, Smithwick, over towards Smithwick, now shifting kind of over towards these very, very hilly and hilly areas, larger elevation of the hill country. Not many people living out here, but the people who are definitely need to be taking cover and stay in their homes because, you know, if a piece of hail this size were to hit you, it could very, very well hurt you, maybe even kill you if it hits you on the head. So Spicewood, Laga Vista. Now we're kind of, you know, this severe thunderstorm warning does shift all the way over into Leander, these eastern areas of 183 traveling along Highway 29 there. Very widespread rain as well, shifting up towards Burnett, but we're going to kind of keep a watch on this hail signature, and it has only grown since we've been looking at it. Now our other hail signatures off to the east more, you can still see significant hail possible for those eastern areas of the Austin Metro. I believe that's Highway 130 that it's moving past. Yeah, so this is now moving east of Highway 130 over towards Manor, so expect potential for some hail there. Not as significant as what we're seeing in Marble Falls, but of course we're continuing to watch that signature strengthen and has not weakened at all since we've been with you guys here, and up towards our northern areas that are passing out of Burnett County. That signature has sort of nodded off as well. It's really this one that is passed to the east of Marble Falls now that we are keeping an eye on, because of course the last time we checked, this is radar estimated to be over 3 inches in diameter, which again is bigger than a baseball. 4 inches is going to be softball size hail, and then grapefruit size is going to be 4.5 inches. And again, this is estimated to be over 3
Grace, sorry to interrupt you again. We're going to, you guys on the stream, you'll see black for one moment, then we're going to join you on TV, and that will be picked up here on our stream as well. So stand by and one. Time is now 7:48. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are breaking in again because we are tracking a destructive hailstorm which just moved through Marble Falls. This is now heading into Smithwick. And what do I mean by destructive hail? This is producing hail that is baseball size or larger. We have confirmed reports of this now. It is now about to move from southern Burnett County. Again, move through Marble Falls, southern Burnett County. This will move into northwestern Travis County. This will impact places like Laga Vista. Please take your hail precautions right now. Again, this is the type of hail. This is not like what we had last week where we had pea-size hail, penny-size hail, which doesn't do damage. This is not like that. This is destructive hail, and I want you to prepare and take your hail precautions for it right now. If you live in northwest Travis County, you've got another 5-10 minutes. Make sure you get your car somewhere protected. This is the type of hail that can produce car damage, that can crack a windshield. It is that type of hail. If this holds together, this warning includes Leander, Liberty Hill, places like that. Again, you have a little bit of time right now. Take your hail precautions as this storm is tracking directly towards you. Let me back out the view because we honestly have multiple hail producing storms, and this is the best way to look at it, where we just have the hail tracker on. We have a hail producing storm that just moved through Manor, east Travis County, that is now heading into northern Bastrop County. We have a hail producing storm over Blanco County. This is the main storm though. Again, this has a history. We have confirmed reports of producing baseball size or larger hail. Let me, now that I've given you the big picture, let's just zoom in and I'll show you exactly where this is located. So let's get in close. Smithwick, it is moving in right now. This is along FM 1431. And this is producing destructive hail. Let me cue up some of the numbers here. Look at that. Look, we've been tracking a lot of hailstorms through the day today. These numbers are the largest that we have seen so far today. Hail that is upwards of 3 inches in diameter. Hail over 2.5 inches in diameter. Again, this has a history of baseball size hail or larger. It is in Smithwick right now. It is about to move into northwestern Travis County. Places like Laga Vista, this is a storm that I want you to prepare for, especially if you live just north of Laga Vista. It's going to pass close to Jonestown. And then once it gets here through this part of northwest Travis, then it's very quickly going to be moving into a more populated spot. Leander, you are in the path of this storm. Liberty Hill, you are also potentially in the path of this storm, depending on if it takes more of a due east or if it goes a little east-northeast or a little east-southeast. But regardless, if you are anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, I want you to take your hail precautions right now, just out of respect for this storm. Again, we never want to scare anybody. We told you guys last week when we had a lot of that small hail, we knew this is not the type of hail that produces damage. We knew about that. Unfortunately, this is a different scenario where this is hail that is destructive. Okay, this is hail that the National Weather Service has multiple reports from that is baseball size or larger. baseball size or larger. The hail that moved through northern Austin earlier today, that was 3 inches or more in diameter. This could be even larger than that. It moved through Marble Falls. We likely have some hail damage in Marble Falls right now, and this is now continuing its track to the east. So with that being said, I'm going to animate this just to help you visualize exactly where this is going. And here, we'll let this loop one more time. Again, it is going pretty much due east, and that is going to take it into Leander if it holds its current track. So if you live in Leander, I want you to take your hail precautions right now because you have a dangerous hail-producing storm producing hail up to baseball size, which is heading towards you. I wish that this cell would weaken down a little bit. You know that these hailstorms, they pulse up, they pulse down. Unfortunately, this one is pulsed up and it is still producing dangerous hail. It's about to move into parts of northwest Travis County. So up here briefly, this is going to be a little bit more of a rural spot, but then it's going to head right into Leander based on its current trajectory. I want to pull up the storm reports here. We'll see if any of these are loading into our system, and you can see these in the wake of this storm. So seeing some of these that are popping in now on the west side of Marble Falls. Again, this was the storm where it initially became very strong. Let me cue up these numbers. So here it is. Amateur radio delayed multiple reports of hail up to 2 inches in diameter between Horseshoe Bay, Cottonwood Shores, and Meadow Lakes. Meadow Lakes, that is the neighborhood I was in yesterday watching the eclipse. Thank goodness this was the day after, but still, you know, Marble Falls, a lot of folks were there yesterday, and a lot of folks are there today as that town goes back to kind of a quiet town as all the eclipse hysteria moves out. If you live in Marble Falls, you just had a big hailstorm move through, so hopefully the damage is not too bad there, but again, this is the destructive type hail, which is now moved into the Smithwick area. You can see some of those reports, too, from North Austin from the storm that moved through earlier. We have had hail now at the TV station twice. And by the way, we have meteorologist Grace Thornton, who is in the studio with us as well. Grace, if you could keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat for me. I don't have that pulled up over here. So if we get any new reports that are sent in or any new updates on this storm from the National Weather Service, please let us know.
Increasing the hail size potential to softball.
Wow. So I don't know if you guys were able to hear that. They are increasing the hail size potential to softball. Softball size hail is what is moving into northwest Travis and what is on track to move into the Leander area if it stays on the current trajectory. Softball size hail. Look at that. So here, let's do a little analysis here, and I'll just kind of, you don't need to circle this. I think it's pretty clear where exactly the hail is located, but this is the situation right now. We have a major hail core, which is located here. I'm trying to get the draw tool to pull up. Give me 1 second. This is where we have significant hail over Smithwick, and what it's doing is it is going to track basically due east like this, and it is center line on track to move into Leander if it maintains itself. And you guys see this hail core, it's not really showing any signs of weakening. They're saying hail. Grace, what was the size that they were saying?
Softball. They increased from baseball to softball size.
So they were at baseball size hail, which is already destructive hail. They increased even more to softball size hail, which is moving into northwest Travis. And again, look, we don't want to interrupt your programming and tell you about a storm that's not going to be a big deal. We had some storms back a week ago. They produced a lot of hail, but it was small hail, and that's not the type of stuff that does car damage. Unfortunately, we don't have the same message to pass along today. This hail, which has moved through Marble Falls, which has moved through southern Burnett County, this is destructive hail, and that's just why we want to give you a heads up for it. Because, again, if you live in Leander, I hope this thing weakens, but that's certainly not something that we can count on. You've got about 10, 15 minutes where you can, maybe less than that, where you can take these hail precautions, get everything situated, because this major destructive hail-producing storm that could be producing hail up to softball size is moving in. Hail up to softball size. I believe, let's go into some of our sky cams too. I want to see if we've got a view of anything here. So this is downtown. Grace, you seen anything over there? Any views? I'm trying to think.
Let me use our.
Let's go cam 20. Here, let's pop that one up. There's a little lightning there from our camera. This is downtown that we're looking at. If you got here, I can actually do this over here. We'll do cam 20 and we'll put this in router 1. So I'll take this. Give me a second. So there we go. Here's 20. So we're going to kind of pan back and look back to the northwest. And it might be tough. Just we've had multiple rounds of storms move through, so now we've kind of clouded up earlier. We were able to see these with a pretty good vantage point. Now I just don't know if we're going to get a good view of things. But you guys keep an eye on those cameras. Let me know if we get anything substantial to see as far as a visual on the storms. And by the way, if you guys back in the control room, if y'all get any reports, if you hear anything, please let me know. If we get video, anything like that, we can punch that up and show it, because unfortunately this thing is producing major significant hail, which is now about to move into northwestern Travis County, and it is on a track. It's on a track to move into Leander if it continues at this rate. So they've been updating the size of the hailstorm. So here's the latest. This is directly from the National Weather Service. They say this is a destructive storm for southern Burnett and northwest Travis County. This is a destructive storm. They say softball-size hail is possible. It was baseball earlier. They have upgraded that. There is softball-size hail potential moving into northwest Travis. Softball-size hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, this is not like some of the storms that we had last week, where it's a lot of really small hail and it covers the ground. It's like snow, but it doesn't do any damage. This is not like that. This is more comparable to the storm that we had back in the fall that moved through Round Rock, where it's destructive hail. You remember that storm went from Round Rock down into northern Travis County, and it produced hail up to baseball size. This storm could have hail that's even larger, producing hail up to softball size. Softball size. I've been covering these hailstorms here in central Texas for coming up on 5 years now. I don't know that I've seen softball size hail, but that's what we could have with this storm as it moves into northwestern Travis County. Again, Marble Falls likely had destructive hail. We're starting to get some reports come out of there. It is now moving out of Burnett County, and it's going to go into northwest Travis County, this little sliver here in northwest Travis, and then it is going to be Leander, Liberty Hill. We've got a lot of folks that live here over western Williamson County. We've got a lot of folks, and unfortunately we could have a major hailstorm moving into a very populated area, and that is just not what we want to see. Let's go back into the hail core here, and still it's there. It is not dissipating. Maybe some of the colors coming down where you go from red down to purple. I hope this trend continues, but still this is easily producing hail that could be upwards of 3 inches in diameter. In fact, let's cue those numbers up. So this is just on the east side of Smithwick. Okay, so the numbers have come down a little bit. So we're showing 2-inch in diameter hail. Now, just for perspective, when we start talking about baseball, softball size hail, 2-inch diameter hail, that is the threshold for significant hail. So 2 inches and above, that's what we term destructive significant hail, right? So even though earlier it was maybe 3 inches in diameter and it looks like it's coming down, this is still destructive hail, which is moving into northwest Travis. Let's bring in meteorologist Grace Thornton. Grace, I'll toss things over to you for a moment. Walk folks through this hailstorm. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service chat. So let us know what you're seeing, and I'll check in here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, so the most recent report that I did see was that they're also starting to see from their end that those diameters are starting to shrink a little bit. We're expecting around 3-inch in diameter, which of course is still destructive, but it's not as large as that softball size that they put out. So that's about baseball size. Of course, still destructive, but this is a kind of trend, at least, that we want to see, is a little bit of a weakening trend as it kind of heads towards these more populated areas of the region. So if you are in Laga Vista, Leander, potentially even more so Leander, this storm is continuing to make its way to the east. So Jonestown probably pretty much in the wake of this as well. Whitestone, the Lakeline Mall, eventually. You guys are included in the severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. Of course, it'll take a little while for that to get over to you guys, and hopefully this weakening trend does continue so that we're not dealing with this destructive hail as it continues on its way. So this is now past the Smithwick area, mostly, I would say. Potentially still seeing some lower end hail signatures there, more penny-sized to even smaller to pea-sized. But if we backtrack a little bit, of course, this went over Marble Falls. Now, if you are in Marble Falls, you are just experiencing some heavy rain at the moment, and maybe even some light rain in and around town. So you've also been clipped out of the severe thunderstorm warning. So you guys are A-okay for at least the time time being, but for the Smithwick area and eastward of that, as we shift towards that Jonestown area, you guys really need to be taking, of course, your precautions. Everybody needs to be indoors. If you are within this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be taking hail precautions because, as you know, we've seen, we don't want to be telling people about a storm that won't affect them, but this is a storm that, you know, within these confines, if you are in and around these neighborhoods, these areas, this is expected to affect you and affect you in a large way, of course, as some of this hail is potentially destructive. Let's check back in on the numbers. I know we just checked in a little bit ago, but just, want to see exactly what we're dealing with as far as the potential for that hail. So, okay, this has fallen down to under the 2-inch threshold, which is good. Also, another area, so this is 1.5. So this is down towards those golf ball, ping pong sized ball areas, and then a little bit, you go outer to these outer rings, it continues to lessen. So, we're seeing some good trends here. However, of course, we're still not in the clear just yet if you are in these areas because we're still going to be tracking the potential for this very large size hail. We've just had another storm report come in from Cottonwood Shores in Burnett County, reporting hen egg size hail, which is about 2 inches. So it certainly is still a destructive situation as we continue to track this as it heads to the east. Hunter, do you have any updates over your way? Yeah,
I want to let you guys know, so we're tracking a couple of different storms. So the storm which Grace was just talking about, which moved from Smithwick and is now moving into northwest Travis. Here we can come over here to my side. That storm is trending down in the right direction. It is still producing major hail. If that one continues to trend down, that would be good news. But I do want to give you a heads up if you live in the Elgin area that this storm is trending upwards now, where this storm now could be producing hail, which could be 1.5 inches or more in diameter. So there we go. This actually could be over 2 inches in diameter. This is heading right into Elgin. And if you live in Elgin, I apologize. I know you had a big hailstorm that moved through earlier this evening. Well, here's another one which is coming into town, and this one is actually producing even larger size hail now as it moves into Elgin. Now, just got a note here from the National Weather Service, and this is actually, I think this is good news. So they are downgrading the hail size a little bit more in this storm. So let me punch up the hail core. And I will read through this text for you guys, and if this continues, this is good. Okay, so rather than softball size hail, which is what it was earlier, they're now tracking ping pong ball size hail, which is moving east at 40. So now we are looking at ping pong ball size hail, which is still on track to impact parts of the Leander area. As this storm, though, is going down in intensity, what I want to do is we're going to jump off of the TV product because I know, I hear you guys. I don't want to interrupt the show either, but if we have destructive hail, we just have to let folks know about that. We're going to jump off of TV now, but if you're in Elgin or if you're in Leander and you want to hear about this hailstorm, we are streaming right now on KVUE Plus. You can download the KVUE app, Roku, Fire TV. Here it is, App Store, Google Play. You can download it. We are also streaming on YouTube, and we will continue to cover this storm. But for the time being, as that storm comes down in intensity, we will sign off. Again, you can watch our continuing live coverage on KVUE Plus starting now. All right. Hello, everybody. We have been kind of bouncing around on different products here, doing some of our stuff on TV and just continue our live coverage here on digital too. So the good news with this storm, which is heading towards Leander, is that the hail core is coming down a little bit. But man, earlier that thing was producing some major hail up to softball size. Again, I've been here for about 5 years. I don't know that I've seen the National Weather Service go with softball size hail in a warning. This thing is still producing hail that is significant, but it is coming down a little bit in intensity. Now, The opposite of that, if you live in Elgin, this storm is pulsing up in the wrong direction, where this is now producing some larger hail right on approach to Elgin. This is just south of 290, so especially on the south side of town. Want to give you a heads up. Latest from the National Weather Service on this one. They're saying ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Severe thunderstorm located near Elgin, moving east at 20 miles per hour. And again, if you guys, we want everybody inside when these storms are producing big hail. But if you guys ever have any reports for us, you can send those in. Weather@KVUE.com. You can send them into our Facebook page or Twitter. You can through the app. You can text us. There's a million different ways. So if you guys get any hail reports, please don't hesitate to let us know afterwards when you can do so when you are safe. This is a closer look at the storm, which moved through Marble Falls and Smithwick. It is still producing hail that could be up to 1.5 inches in diameter, and it is heading towards the Leander area, Whitestone, southern portions of Liberty Hill. It's passing just north of Laga Vista, but it's going to get into quickly a much more populated area once this crosses from northwest Travis back into Williamson County. Leander, Whitestone, Cedar Park, Jonestown, places like this, it's going to be a close call with this big hail-producing storm. In fact, now let's go to our, let's see what we got going on in with Cam 23, which is our Oasis cam at Lake Travis. Let me see if that is up. So that is the scene right now for Lake Travis is this storm. So from this vantage point, we're looking north-northwest across the lake. So we're actually looking right into this storm, but obviously we've got kind of cloudy, hazy conditions. So that's not going to be a perfect way to view this thing. Here, we'll go back to this type of view. And here what we'll do, there we go. So again, we appreciate everybody who has been tuned in with us. We've been on TV for parts of this. We have been just on KVUE Plus and YouTube TV for parts of it. I see we've got nearly 900 folks who are watching right now on YouTube and likely more on KVUE Plus and our YouTube app. Again, our goal is not ever to cover up programming on TV when it's not absolutely necessary. So we had destructive hail. We had to go on and talk about that, but now we can just kind of in a little bit more laid back, long form way, we can walk through things. And so that is the purpose of KVUE Plus and all of our streaming sites. So glad to be able to provide more coverage for you guys on this storm, which is still tracking towards Leander. It is no longer as destructive as it was earlier, but I think this could easily still be ping pong ball size hail, which is on approach to Leander. Now, thankfully, we've had a pretty good bit of lead time here, so hopefully everybody's been able to go ahead, take your hail precautions. Read through. So here's more good news, trending in the right direction. So NWS is now saying 1.25-inch diameter hail. Well, I'll take that back. This is actually... So we just have so many severe thunderstorm warnings, it's hard to keep track. So this is going to be for this one, 1.25-inch plus diameter hail, Elgin, northern Bastrop County, heading into Lee County. Okay, that is a 1.25-inch or more in diameter. I would say or more. It's looking more likely. And then we've got another storm producing hail. I mean, it's just insane. We've got these supercell storms which have popped up and they produce these big hail cores. We've got one south of Johnson City. This is a new one, which is outside. There we go. So they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for that. The NWS is like us. They're trying to keep track of all these storms. So let's get into the latest on that warning. We'll just go kind of warning by warning. Here, I'll take this full so we don't block anything. So here's a new warning for Blanco, Hayes, and Travis. And this one, they're saying severe thunderstorm was located over Johnson City or 9 miles north of Blanco, moving east at 25, 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with that one. This is the storm that earlier was producing destructive hail and is on approach to Leander. This one, they have now downgraded to 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail. So that hail has come down from softball size to quarter size. And then this one, finally, is a new one, which is moving into Elgin now, and that is going to move through northern Bastrop County. It's going to be close to McDade, then it's going to head into Blue and Lexington and Fedor. So you got all that? We got multiple severe warnings. This one, by the way, we talked about this earlier on TV. It's got a little bit of that hook to it, so we want to make sure. It does look like bare minimum there's some pretty strong winds in that thing. Look at that. Let's actually sample some of these winds. So, yeah, anytime you start seeing those bright yellows, yeah, look at, I mean, right in this corridor right here, those are straight line winds that are 50 to 60 miles per hour, and that's what's about to move into Elgin. So if you live out ahead of this, Elgin, especially on the south side of town, you have some really strong winds in this storm, which are moving east. So that's going to be, again, moving through southern sections of Elgin. It's going to cross the 95 corridor, and it's going to head into the 290 area, too. All right, let's do VMix, punch back up at the wall. Get this going. That way everybody can see. And then we'll do just kind of a big picture reset. Okay, so this is what's going on. We've got basically 3 severe storms now, and actually a 4th, which is about to move into Milam County. All of these, we'll just simplify it, all of these have the potential to produce hail at least quarter size. At times, it's been even larger than that, where it gets up. I mean, we've had hail as large as softball size. Baseball size confirmed. We saw reports of that. And then the National Weather Service upped it to softball size. So all of these have big hail potential. Here's actually a report that we got sent in as far as the winds. We've been talking so much about the hail. These do have a straight line wind threat with them too. 53 mile per hour wind gust at 8:05 in Laga Vista. I've got a confirmed report of 2.75 inch diameter hail in the Meadow Lakes area, which is near Marble Falls in southern Burnett County. That is where I was yesterday. All sorts of major hail reports which are coming in with these storms. In fact, now we're starting to get some lightning on our Skycam network, which I'm looking at here in the background. Let me take Cam 20 for you guys. That way we can give you kind of a visual of what's going on as well. Here is Cam 20. We'll take that full. So here's our tower cam. And you can see off in the distance these big electric lightning producing storms. And here, I'll get things set up. We'll do router 1, and we'll do the wall. I apologize, you guys are hearing some of the behind the scenes. Here, Grace, I will loop you back into so you can kind of walk folks through what you are seeing as well. We'll toss this on screen. Your mic is on. So what are you seeing over there? Yeah,
I mean, even looking at that Cam 20, you can really see that storm just coming on through. I wanted to give everyone kind of an update on the timeline because we have had some more high resolution data come through. And I think now, since we've seen our hail cores kind of die down just a little bit, we can take a second and kind of expect or go through what we're expecting for the rest of the night here. So I've got our HRRR model pulled up, which is doing pretty well with severe weather over the past couple weeks or so, and certainly is doing okay right now. You can see that it is catching up to what's over there in the hill country and now shifting to the east. And as we head through the next couple of hours, we are expecting all of this to kind of form into a more organized line. Now, some of that, as we've gotten some more updated data, is now falling apart a little bit, which I like that because we won't have such a strong line moving all the way through. It'll be a little bit more isolated in some places, but also, of course, we're still going to have those potential for damaging winds. Of course, that significant hail potential, as well as, you know, we've been seeing some rotation out there. It's possible we could see a tornado warning as we head through the night. And then shifting, here's about 10 p.m. It's expected to move across the I-35 corridor and now head towards those east and southeastern areas of our viewing area. And then as we head towards midnight, 11 p.m. is when our severe thunderstorm watch for basically all of our counties, that is set to expire at 11 p.m. But then as we head overnight, that's not going to be our last round of rain because we do potentially have some rain upcoming from the southern areas. You can see 1:30 a.m. a lot of that rain starts to push up towards that eastern sector of I-35, so up into Caldwell County, Bastrop, as well as Fayette County. And this looks like it's going to just be a lot of rain, maybe less of those other severe risks. And that continues on to 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m., and then shifting on past about 4:30, maybe even 5 a.m. That's when we start to see things clear out a little bit more. And of course, as we head into the rest of our Wednesday morning, we're just, I believe, under a marginal risk for the start of the day tomorrow. So we're really going to see a lot of this severe weather off and away as we head towards the middle of this week, which we're very, very happy for. But again, you know, we're still waiting for those more numerous storms to develop as we even head into the next couple of hours here, Hunter.
Yeah, just keeping an eye here on some of the sky cams across our area. I'll take this full for you. Here it is, our Zach Peter camera. We can see that big tall thunderstorm off in the distance. Trying to get our tower cam punched up here on round 2. So here we'll give you a view of that. So, man, look at all the lightning these storms are producing. We've got lightning, we've got hail, we have all sorts of stuff. And then I just wanted to tell you guys, also seeing some broad rotation coming out of Blanco County to northern Hayes County. So I don't have an immediate concern for a tornado, but it is something that I'm keeping an eye on. I'm also just kind of going through the email inbox and everything. Keep everybody, make sure we're not missing any alerts here. Cool, so those are the 2 live views that we wanted to show you. Zach Theater camera over downtown, then our tower cam. These storms are producing lightning, and I think exactly as Grace was saying, what's going to happen here is this line of storms that we talked about, it's forming right in front of us right now, where we've got just a big line. We had these individual supercell storms that have fired up, and now they're all kind of fusing together. Hopefully, sometimes what happens is as we get this line of storms that forms, occasionally the very large destructive hail threat can come down a little bit, and we kind of shift into maybe a little smaller hail threat, a wind threat, and we'll watch for maybe an isolated tornado. Although all these storms today have really had no issues producing any sorts of hail here. So I'm gonna get things. Let's see. I'm trying to imagine what kind of views we've got here to show you guys. Just setting up our box situation here. We'll go about like that. And we'll keep router 1 here in the next one. Router 1, and we'll ride about like that. Cool. So we'll do boxes like that. That way you can see our Zach Theater camera with that storm, which basically we are looking across Austin to the north. We're seeing that storm, which is out near the Elgin area. But now we have just big storms, which are closing in on Round Rock, and which are closing in on Northwest Travis, and new storms are coming in out to Dripping Springs. In fact, this is where I want to spend some attention. Okay, we've got 2 areas. We've got 2 areas of rotation now. We have this one, okay, which is coming out of Blanco County into Dripping Springs, into Hayes County. And this has definitely got some spin to it, so we're keeping an eye on that. And then what the National Weather Service was just pointing out to me is this one. They are watching rotation near Elgin. This storm is producing hail over Elgin right now. Here's the velocity. And yeah, anytime you start seeing those brighter yellows, you guys know about that. So it's not super tight right now. What they said is they're going to put tornado possible in the next update. So they're going to add the tag tornado possible to this severe thunderstorm warning. So you're going to see that update here in just 1 moment. They will add a tornado possible tag to that. And there was the update. So that's what they do. We had this earlier with the storm as it was moving over north central Austin. When it's not quite up to, hey, let's issue a tornado warning, they do a tag tornado possible, which means there's some broad rotation. They're keeping an eye on it. So mainly it's a hail threat, but this is also a tornado possible situation over Elgin. So just to be on the safe side, hopefully everybody is inside and protected already. But just to be on the safe side, make sure you are indoors. And Jeff, you got a question? Everything good over there?
Yeah, I seen you have a microphone. You're on. You want whether A or B?
Oh, I'm on.
A.
I'm on A. Cool.
We can't hear you through stream.
Right now?
Can you hear B?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, I just fixed that. Okay. Well, this should sound better now.
Great.
I apologize for the hollow sounding audio, everybody. I apologize for that. So this should sound better. This is, again, the storm, I'll just say it again since it seems like the audio is sounding a little bit hollow. This storm over Elgin, it's mainly a hail-producing storm, but there's been some signs of broad rotation in this storm too that the National Weather Service has been talking about. So they have added the tag tornado possible to this storm. Outside of that, we have just this big congealing line of storms, which is now about to move into the metro. The bright side of this is these storms are producing quite a bit of rain, and we need rain, including over parts of the hill country where these storms are. What we don't need is hail and tornadoes, and this storm is definitely trying to spin down here near the Henley area, northern Hayes County. Let's go back into the velocity mode. Nothing immediate. Again, you could see where we've certainly got some strong straight line winds. Right in here. Got some strong winds in here. All these storms could have 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. But some of these storms are trying to spin as well. And then we've got new storms which are developing that are on track to move into town and Blanco, southern sections of Blanco County, then even more storms developing near the Kerrville area. So that is the situation where we have a big mess of storms, which is now rolling into the metro. Grace, I will toss things over to you at the wall here for a moment, and you can walk folks through this for a minute while I do some more talking behind the scenes with the folks here at KVUE. So let me make sure your mic is on. We won't make this mistake again.
Oh, check 1, 2.
There you go. You're on.
All right. Hello, everyone. All right. So we're going to head back to our hail tracker just for a little bit to take a check on what's been going on since we've given it a couple minutes here. Over, this storm, severe warn storm over towards Elgin still looks like it could be producing some significant hail here, probably in that ping pong ball size, maybe a little bit greater golf ball size hail over. I mean, this is downtown Elgin. This is right smack dab in the middle of it. Of course, you guys want to be staying indoors because, of course, with the hail risk, we also are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And in that case, you always want to be staying indoors just because of the potential for very high winds as well as hail, obviously. And of course, we are tracking the potential for a little bit of rotation in some of these storms tonight as well. So we checked on that Elgin one. Let's head up to the north. This was a large producing storm up to the north of Gerald. It looks like that hail core, though, thankfully, is to the north of Williamson County, so we can kind of let those broadcasters take over there and be able to update those folks up to the north. They are under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And then, of course, we have our other storms that are to the west of Travis County at the moment and are going to be shifting across the region in just a few moments here. However, thankfully, I think the atmosphere is a little bit worked through now. We were so muggy, so warm all afternoon, and we had such isolated storms for a long time this afternoon and even early on this evening, which was able to, head through a lot of these areas, like Bee Cave up towards Leander as well as Round Rock too. They've already seen some storms tonight, so that atmosphere is a little bit worked through, and we can be thankful for that because now the ingredients in the atmosphere are just not as primed and ready as they were. So I think as we head through the night, we're already seeing, that large hail core out towards Marble Falls a while ago that has nodded off so significantly as it head over towards Leander. Not to say that there's no hail. Of course, you can still see on the map that there's potential for some of that smaller hail on there. But thankfully, now that the atmosphere has been worked through a little bit, we may not have to anticipate such extreme conditions as we kind of anticipate these storms to move on through. So I do want to check the National Weather Service chat just for a second here, just to make sure that, all right, Cedar Park saw some quarter-sized hail. They are issuing I believe they're going to reissue this storm down in Blanco County now. They are going to reissue it just at they issued a special weather statement for it, which potentially could be drawing down its effects a little bit. So wind gusts of 50 miles per hour, nickel-sized hail now, of course, not that golf ball sized or ping pong ball sized. West of Blanco moving east at 30 miles per hour. We're also kind of seeing these storms are slowing down a little bit, or actually speeding up a little bit. I'm sorry. Before we were seeing them be pretty stationary, but I think now our low pressure system that is way to the north of us, kind of over Amarillo. Let's actually span out and show you guys this for our Texas radar. So here's our severe thunderstorm watch that covers the whole of the KVUE viewing area pretty much, and up towards Amarillo, that spinning area, this is where our low pressure system is located, and I think it's starting to kind of shift a little bit more towards the east, and that's going to kind of kick things into high gear. As for our storms, they may start to move a little faster. Those outflow boundaries will start to carry some of those storms, and usually when that happens, they become a little bit more elevated and less severe. So that's kind of the general trend that we're seeing over, just the past few minutes here that we've been checking on these. But obviously still we have those severe thunderstorm warnings in our area. And of course our severe thunderstorm watch, differences between a warning and a watch. Obviously our isolated storms are a warning, a thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning. And then obviously we've highlighted our counties just for the watch, just because of the potential for these strong storms to move on through. So honestly, we're starting to see them link up a little bit earlier on than what we had predicted, even earlier on this morning. We were expecting this probably about maybe an hour or so from now, as we headed into about I think towards about 10 o'clock, we were expecting all these storms to kind of link up. And now you can see that that storm, or that line of storms rather, they're really starting to congeal and become one. And I think that's because we're starting to get a much stronger just kind of inflow from those northwestern winds that will be pushing these storms through our counties, and of course working around our larger low pressure system, which I just showed you, which is in over Amarillo. So still tracking this here. Let's take another check on, I believe they expired one of these warnings, or at least it looks like they did. They may have not. All right, so Williamson County reporting rain rates of almost 5 inches per hour. Let's take a check over on that. That's a lot of rain. And, we can be thankful for that. I know we need the rain, but of course that is a lot of rain. So up towards Williamson County. So this is probably associated with this storm that's to the north a little bit. That moved to the north of Gerald. They've got all that rain from that storm, and they were able to kind of, get that report back pretty easily. So, and even up to 12 inches per hour for a moment, they've said. That is certainly a, potentially record-breaking number up there. New severe thunderstorm watch coming shortly. Will include San Antonio and also San Antonio Metro and into the coastal plains. So actually some of our severe thunderstorm watch does not include a few of these coastal counties, which is what they're talking about. So this new update coming out is going to include likely Fayette County as well as Caldwell County. Because of that is what I kind of showed you on the timeline a little bit ago. We're going to see a lot of these storms kind of move on through as we head into these later hours. They're going to shift past the coastal plains, and then the coastal plains have another round of rain that we're expecting a little bit later on tonight, overnight into early Wednesday morning. So it'll give, they'll just take probably a couple minutes to do so. They also said it's going to include the San Antonio region, which of course is down there as well, and going to see a couple more rounds of rain as we head into the night tonight. Let's shift back to our radar real quickly. Want to look again at our hail cores just to make sure that that weakening trend is ongoing. So up that northern storm north of Williamson County, that's starting to get some additional intensification on it. You can see that red around it there. But as I was saying, a lot Still, this area out towards West Travis County starting to lower a bit for that hail, as well as down there towards Dripping Springs, a little bit of a kickback. Let's head down there. A little bit of an intensification to the south of Dripping Springs. So let's close in here. This is I believe this thunderstorm warning goes until 9 p.m. tonight. Just making you guys aware. Goes until 9 p.m. tonight. So this is starting to move past that Henley area towards Dripping Springs. So if you're in Dripping Springs, make sure that you've already had a plan for your car in place. You may have just a couple of minutes before this moves through, and it is moving a little bit faster. You can see these storms are definitely chugging along much faster than the ones that we were tracking earlier tonight. They're moving about 30 miles per hour, I believe, maybe even gearing towards 40 or 45. So if you're in Dripping Springs, like I said, that hail core is starting to increase just a little bit, but still under or at those severe limits. So probably under golf ball sized, gearing towards pea size or maybe even penny to nickel sized hail there. We're gonna continue to see the line of this storms kind of shape up here. We still have all of our severe weather or severe thunderstorm warnings out. None of them have been expired. They've all been continued as these storms continue to make it their way off to the east. Still firing off a lot of lightning here. Round Rock. You guys are going to see some heavy downpours pretty soon. Dripping Springs, you guys kind of, you're in that next round of these rains, but they are, shaping up pretty nicely as we head into the next couple of minutes here. I think this will kind of be one of our final lines of the rain that we have to anticipate. And again, we are going to see the potential for some more rain in those later hours. So this is kind of our first round of the day, and then there will be a second round that moves through those southern coastal plains, which I believe they've probably updated that severe thunderstorm watch now. Looks like they haven't, but that will continue until 11 p.m. They may have updated it in the chat. All right, Buttercup Creek, heavy rain and pea-sized hail. That's another update from the National Weather Service. I wonder what camera we have here set up right now so we can check on things outside. This is looking a little bit better. You can still see some lightning in the distance. However, not as scary and cloudy as it was a few moments ago over the Austin metro. But of course, we're still anticipating for some more rain to move over that area as we head into the next 30 minutes or so. And like I said, those storms are starting to, pick up a little bit in their momentum. They're now moving at 30 to 35 miles per hour as opposed to 20 or 25 miles per hour, which was the case for our storms earlier in the night. So I do think our front is kind of moving them along, as you can see, with shaping up a little bit nicer into that stronger line, and then they're going to move on through as we head into the next hour or so. This is fairly close to what we forecasted, around 9 p.m. and shifting into the 11 p.m. hour. So we're going to stay with you guys here and give you all the updates that we have. Now we've got another storm down here, southern Blanco County, firing off a lot of lightning. Hasn't been severe warned just yet. Let's see if there's any potential for hail in here. Yes, there is. This is going to be obviously smaller hail that we have with this gray signature. I'll take a pause on it. But of course, lots of heavy rain within this. Of course, we saw some reports from some of these storms saying upwards of 4 inches per hour, which is certainly possible for, these torrential downpours that cause low visibility and have been doing so all evening long. And of course, we're now seeing potential for some hail in there. Not as strong as obviously we've seen tonight, but still, notable, and you want to know about it. Checking in on that Dripping Springs storm. lots of rain all the way from Dripping Springs up to Hamilton Pool up towards Steiner Ranch. Steiner Ranch, I'd really like to know if you live out there how much rain you've received today, because you've certainly seen a lot of rain and certainly seen a lot of hail and very large hail. This storm is going to continue on across 290 and head over Dripping Springs, eventually near Fitzhugh, eventually into Oak Hill, Shady Hollow, and towards the South Austin neighborhoods as well. South Austin, I feel like, has not seen a ton of activity tonight, but they will definitely feel at least some of this as we head into the next couple of hours. Over towards Elgin, your hail signature still prominent, obviously not as prominent as we've seen earlier tonight, but you guys are still seeing potentially some significant hail over in that area, which is why we're still dealing with our severe thunderstorm warnings. I thought our Blanco storm had been severe warned, but it hasn't just yet. Hunter, you got any updates over that way?
Yeah, one of the trends I'm seeing, Grace, is that as these have kind of gelled into more of a line, like an organized line, the hail potential, at least as far as like the size of the hail, has come down a little bit. And that's something that we see a lot of times. They can still produce hail, don't get me wrong, but in a line of storms like that, you're probably not going to get like baseball size hail or softball size hail or some of the stuff that we had earlier. For hail to be that big, normally you need more of like a supercell setup. The storm needs to be just out there by itself. So as these storms kind of fuse together into more of a line, I'm hoping that the hail potential comes down a little bit. So maybe we're looking at quarter size or less hail that's just less destructive. Still, we're going to have rain and lightning and some hail, but I'm hoping just the intensity of the hail comes down a little bit.
Yeah, I was saying that I think some of the atmosphere in these places has been worked through a little bit. So maybe there's some lesser intensity over towards those west areas of Travis County.
And just to prove that point, so you see behind Grace, like in that embedded line, there's a little bit of hail in there, but it's nothing too crazy. Then this one that's out near Elgin, which is by itself, this is where you still get the blues. This is where the hail could still be maybe a little bit larger than quarter size. So this one out by itself has a little bit more juice to work with. The hail core is a little bit bigger than some of those ones, Grace, that you're watching. The hail core is a little bit smaller. Mm-hmm. And hopefully that continues.
Yeah.
These things are producing quite a bit of lightning, though. It's just a lightning show on our sky cameras. In fact, we've got the Kalahari cam, which is down in the bottom right of your screen, and we're going to have some rain move in there. Of course, that's right along Highway 79, so that's going to get some heavy rain. Then the storm's basically going to follow 79 out to Hutto. Wells Branch, you're also going to get some rain too, as this storm, which is behind me, it's currently from Leander down to Lakeline Mall. This is the storm that earlier was producing that massive destructive hail, and I'm so glad that the hail potential has come down some with that. But still, as this goes from Lakeline Mall into Round Rock, in the I-35 corridor, there's still the potential for some hail that could be up close to.
Or we got a cancellation.
Let's go. Which one is getting canceled?
Severe thunderstorm warning for Blanco, Texas is now being canceled.
Love that.
So I guess that was this one that moved through the north of the county.
Okay. Oh, so they trimmed Blanco out of it. So
yes,
now
yes.
we've focused. Show them Dripping Springs, Grace. I do see still some hail potential right over Dripping Springs.
We've been watching that for a little bit. It doesn't look, as great, obviously, as we've seen tonight. But it's been, just as these storms have been showing us, intensifying, de-intensifying, and, kind of going back and forth. So, yeah, looks like, anywhere from an inch, maybe a little bit more for some of those areas.
I'm looking at our sky cams here. You're not going to see much from this, but just to give you an idea of how torrential this rain has been.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had like incredible rainfall rates. Here is our Oasis cam over Lake Travis. Look at that. Here, I'll take this full for a second. It is pouring rain out there at Lake Travis. All that lightning. That is pretty impressive. Again, that is the storm, which right now is over Lake Travis, northwest Travis County, and this big Steiner Ranch, this big line of storms is now rolling into the heart of the Austin Metro, Grace. And it'll be interesting to see here. I'm going to get the Kalahari cam back in the bottom right there just so we can keep an eye on that. This is, again, the Kalahari Resort right across from the Dell Diamond, right on Highway 79. And they will be getting into some rain here soon. Intensity has come down pretty significantly with this. So you get a little bit of gray in here. There certainly could still be some hail, but I just think that's quarter size or probably a little bit less than quarter size. These two, Dripping Springs and Elgin, these two are producing hail that could be a little bit larger, up to solid quarter size or maybe a little bit bigger. So this storm for Dripping Springs is kind of heading, I would say, more like east-southeast. So we'll keep an eye on that even for places like Buda. Yeah, there's a new update, so the hail core's coming up a little bit on that one. This one near Elgin, still producing hail. This is the storm that earlier had some broad rotation with it, but fortunately, we did not see that get any stronger. And then the storm in Round Rock continues to trend down in the right direction, where hail is less of a concern, and mainly this is big lightning-producing storm. NWS is going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning for Bastrop, Lee, and Williamson. So that's going to be this one. So this Elgin storm is going to continue. They've canceled the warning for Travis
County.
So they trimmed Travis out. I'll be interested to see what they do with this one, Grace. I could see them removing the warning for this Round Rock one. Mm-hmm. Yep. So.
Yeah, as this line, it's continuing to come towards the Austin Metro. So I've brought up a couple time signatures here. Maybe I'll move this out of the way. Domain, Round Rock, Circle C Ranch, KVUE here. We can expect our next round of rain to be inching in a little bit closer.
How many rounds of hail can we get in one day?
I know. We should.
Might be a world record.
Yes. Yeah, so we should, start to see a little bit of rain incoming in the next few minutes. I know Austin proper, they got their big thing of rain a little bit earlier today, but here's kind of our second round. And we may have a third round a little bit later on tonight. Rain chances continue until about 5 a.m.
Let's see. So what I want to do, let's go through some of the model data here. So as we've got here, I'm going to put, Grace, we're going to say goodbye to you for a second. There we go. I'm going to put Max 1 in the big box there. So what we'll do, let's go through a few models. We'll look at this together. I've not looked at these model runs in a moment, so let's kind of just see how each one is initializing. So here's the graph, high-res graph. I think it's got a decent idea. So what it's showing is we get this line which comes through over the next hour or two, but I don't know that that's necessarily it for the rain, and this model agrees. So here's 11:30, midnight. So what this model is showing is once we get this line to pass through Austin, well, then it's more of a southeast of Austin coastal plains situation. So here's 1:30, 2. And hey, that wouldn't be bad. We'd be able to get this stuff out of here by 2:30, 3 a.m. So here, I'll just roll through that one more time. This is one model. We'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh here in a second. So again, it takes this line through Austin over the next hour or two. Then we do get some more redevelopment that kind of pushes up to the north, and that might kind of clip places like San Marcos and Buda and Kyle and then into Austin, but would not be as big of an issue for, say, Williamson County, then back west in the Hill Country. Some of these storms could still be strong to severe for Bastrop, Lee, Fayette counties into the early overnight. And then that would be kind of it. So that is one model. Here is the HER. So we have the graph, which is our in-house model. It's produced by IBM. And then we have the HER, the high-res rapid refresh. And this one brings this line of storms through here between now and 10 or 11. And then kind of similarly, so both of these models are kind of onto the same thing, kind of develop some more rain. This time by 2:30, it's got more of this rain spreading into Austin. But honestly, I think the severe threat, once we get this line through Austin, I think the severe threat is going to be, more so coastal plains, Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee, Fayette County, and hopefully it's not quite as much hail as we've seen recently, but I think that's going to be where the bigger severe potential is through the early overnight. But there's still going to be some more rain into the I-35 corridor. And then, here, I'll keep going. Here's 4:30, 5. So between 3 and 5, I think all this stuff is going to be gone, and then tomorrow should be a much quieter, well, say that, Grace, you seeing this? Now as we go into 10:30, this model's got some wraparound showers and storms. The idea is that the severe potential would be very low with that because we'd have cooler, drier air moving in, but there could be a few wraparound showers or storms through the first half of the day tomorrow. So we might need to update the old rain chance for tomorrow a little bit more. Okay, so that is a look at the latest model data. Let's go back into
We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm South Blanco moving into Hayes County and southern Travis County. It's a very widespread warning.
It's almost like this is like two storms in there where
Yeah.
they've got the storm.
There's a smaller one in there. It's very hard to see, but there's a smaller one around the
Yeah,
one
right
for
here.
Dripping Springs and then a much larger one for this one over towards Blanco.
Okay. So, yeah, so there's 2 hail cores in here. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. There's a small one right here near Dripping Springs. I mean, they're following like a similar track, so it's hard to even
Yes.
see. So this one near Dripping Springs is going to keep moving east, and that will impact parts of the South Austin metro if it holds together. Maybe places like Buda, Oak Hill, places like that could be impacted by this hail-producing storm. Grace, what's the size that they're saying on the hail for that one?
They are saying,
I think they're saying quarter
Alright.
size still.
60-mile-per-hour winds. I don't see it. Quarter size.
Quarter.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, if we can, look, I don't want I don't want any hail at all, but if we can keep this, quarter size or less, I'd be happy with that after some of the hail reports that we have had so far today.
Yeah.
By the way, we've got the comments turned on YouTube, so unfortunately I didn't know that when I was talking for 10 minutes with my mic turned off. But we can see that. So if you guys have reports or any questions, please let me know. We can see the chat now. Camera is shaking. Yeah, so that's our Kalahari cam. Let me take a look at these. Yeah, we've got wind coming into the metro, and all of our cameras are really shaking. In fact, let me.
Good shot of the Moody Center.
Yeah, here I'll punch up our Moody College of Communications camera on the campus. That's not it. There we go. Looking at the UT Tower there on the 40 acres. Camera is certainly shaking around. I want to actually let's punch up our wind speeds real quick and see if we have any reports. Let's do this. Well, nothing too crazy. These are the latest wind speed reports. We've got 22 miles per hour in Austin, but again, in any of these embedded stronger storms, I think there could easily be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Grace, looks like they
shaved us
updated this.
out of there. Yeah, so the Hill Country now just in our slight risk because obviously we've seen those storms. They're now moving into kind of our central areas, the I-35 corridor. We've now been downgraded to a level 2 out there in the Hill Country as well as a level 1 for areas of Mason County. And so we're still dealing with the enhanced risk. So yes, as you know, Hunter was taking us through the timeline tonight, that weakening trend is just behind the storms that we're tracking right now. So, and you can tell that, by this new severe outlook that was issued for tonight. So still, not in the clear for really anyone, maybe out there far Mason County. However, here in the Austin metro, we're still waiting for those storms to kind of move on through, and especially down towards our coastal plains as well. We're kind of just waiting for that to edge on out of here, and then we'll kind of be in the clear as we head towards early tomorrow morning. Yeah.
I want to show you guys the rainfall reports. These are the LCRA Hydromet. We're not getting the coloration with the radar estimates, but these are rain gauges. No, it looks a little bit messy, but you can see some of these across the metro are over 1.5 inches. And then especially, look at this as you go out into Burnett County, and this is good for our Highland Lake system. Get some of this going into Lake Travis. We have some rain gauge reports just south of Burnett of over 3 inches of rain. Likewise, you go down into Blanco County. Some of these are up close to 1/2 inch to 1 inch. Some more over Fredericksburg. We have had some minor flooding, but you know what? If minor flooding is the price we have to pay to help get these lake levels up a little bit, I think that's okay. The hail and the tornado is a different story, but we certainly needed some rain, and we have gotten some of that rain. Here's the flood risk through the rest of tonight. Again, it's not a huge concern, but we do have that minor level 2 risk for some flooding, but we could use the rain. So here's the situation. Really, this kind of worked out exactly the way that high-res graph model that we were showing has painted, where we have a line of storms just now moving into the metro. This storm I want to keep an eye on, though, that is coming out of Hayes into southern Travis, because it does have a little bit of broad rotation, it looks like, just based on, well, okay. Not saying anything too urgent there, but you know how it goes when you start seeing the hook on these storms. Just need to make sure there's not any rotation with them. And then still don't want to lose sight of this storm out near Elgin, which is out ahead of the main line of storms. This is over the Bocas area. So over far southeastern Williamson County into northern Lee County and Milam County. This is a storm that is still producing hail that could be a quarter to 1.25 inch in diameter near the Bocas area. So that is the situation right now.
Looking at our storage of our lakes, starting to see some trends kind of go upwards a little bit. We're now, I don't believe this is a huge jump at all. It might even be the same from what it was, a few weeks ago, but we're at 30% full for Travis and Buchanan at 47. Not sure that's really much of a change, but.
Takes a while for, listen to that. Takes a while for all the water to filter in, but we definitely got some rain in the places that need it, so hopefully it makes at least a little bit of a difference, but we've got a lot of ground to make up. If you are watching us in Austin, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, we've got two. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Round Rock. So you're looking at the 40 acres down below. Let's go back to Camp 26, which is the Kalahari Resort, as you've got the storm which is moving in. And then here is the radar situation where we've got a severe storm which is between Dripping Springs and Buda, which has some hail with it. Latest hail tracker. Again, there is hail. Don't get me wrong, but I'm encouraged that none of these have any longer been able to surge up and give you this baseball-sized hail or anything like that. And again, when you get a line of storms like this is a little different than some of the supercells that were out by themselves earlier. When the storms are out by themselves, they have more energy. They're not competing with other storms for energy. So we had some of that hail get up to baseball, softball size hail. Now that these storms are more organized like this and kind of have joined together, I don't see that same potential for destructive hail, but certainly there could still be some pockets of hail that pulse up in these storms as they are now moving into the metro. But mainly, this is now a lot of heavy rain and lightning with these storms. In fact, let's do a lightning sample. We're just going to do kind of the entire metro. We are getting 202 lightning strikes. So that is quite a bit of lightning with all these storms. Again, we've got the comments turned on now, so if you guys have any questions on YouTube, we are watching. Neil says even ping pong ball size hail can cause damage though, can it? Absolutely, yeah. Ping pong ball size hail can cause damage. Thankfully right now we're looking mainly at quarter type hail, quarter size hail, and quarter size hail can cause problems. Don't get me wrong, it's severe hail for a reason. Still, I would want my vehicle protected from quarter size hail, but once you start getting up bigger than that, golf ball, ping pong ball size, that's when the hail damage becomes more widespread. Look at all the lightning, by the way, in the Kalahari cam. All right. Just searching through everything, making sure we're not missing any reports here. Grace, you got anything going on over there?
We just have our new severe thunderstorm watch, which includes us still. A lot of these counties are going to remain the same until 11 p.m. However, they have issued another one for kind of those south and eastern counties. So this now includes Fayette County down towards Caldwell and, of course, areas down towards San Antonio. And that severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm watch is actually until 4 a.m. So a little bit of difference in timing there, but still for the Austin area, we're still just going till 11 p.m. And then as it heads off to the east, then it switches over into that 4 a.m. Time frame. So kind of a just regular update, nothing too crazy over on this end.
So we've got Kalahari up right now. We've got a traffic cam, which is right close to the TV station that I want to put up. Let's do text dot. So check that out. That is, they just changed it. That is 290 at Berkman. That's text dot 1. I don't think I have text dot 2 in here. Oh, I do actually. Here it is. This is Mopac at Steck. Look at that. That is the scene right here at the TV station, and that is the scene across much of the metro.
Yep, starting to get big rains moving right across Mopac there.
You can hear the rain here at the TV station. Thankfully, this time around, we don't have hail here at the TV station this time.
Yeah.
It would be our third round of hail for the day. Grace, is your car all right? Your car doing okay?
I parked under the tree today, so I'm all right.
After the first round of hail, when the sales department, everybody leaves at 5 o'clock, more parking spots opened up, so I went and parked under the tree too.
Good.
But I looked,
Good
I don't
job.
think I've got any hail damage.
Honestly, I always park underneath the tree just because so unpredictable around here.
It's all that time you spent in Florida. You're just searching for the shade, won't
That's
park in the
true.
sun.
That's true.
All right, so what we have is some hail over Round Rock right now, north Round Rock. Here, let me punch, do that. Hail over north Round Rock, 79 corridor, passing between Round Rock and Georgetown. This is going to be just north of Hutto. This is quarter-size hail. Again, it's hail, it's severe hail, but it's not as large as some of the damaging stuff that we had earlier. And then likewise, I like the trend with this hail, which is coming into Shady Hollow and Oak Hill and southwest Austin. This is mainly under quarter size now. Just to prove the point, we'll go in here. So that's ½ inch in diameter. So that'd be more like nickel size, a quarter's an inch in diameter. So as long as we can keep the stuff under quarter size, then that's not the type of hail that does a ton of damage. Meanwhile, the storm that is producing the most hail is the one we just got a notification for. It's the storm that is moving in to Lee County now. That one does have hail that is upwards of quarter size, but these two storms have smaller hail right now, and the one over Round Rock has smaller hail. But this storm, which is over northern Lee County and far southeastern Williamson, this one does have some hail with it. That could be over quarter size. It's right over the Bocas area right now. So again, just to kind of color code things here for you, when you see the grays in like the white type colors, that's hail that's generally under quarter size. Once you start going from the grays into the blues and the darker blues, that's where you get into hail that's a little bit bigger of a deal. That's where you get into hail that could be upwards of quarter size. So that is what we have right now north of Blue, near the Bocas area. That's going to head into far eastern Williamson County, and then that's going to be an issue for parts of far southern Milam County too. Meanwhile, this hail right now, which is over Round Rock, I would say would be quarter size max. This is very close. We've got some hail over the Del Dime. Let's go back to Cam 26 and see what we've got. Yep, there we go. Here, we'll take this full. Actually, here, let's go. We'll do an outer box with, we'll go max and router. There we go. So now you can, here, I'll pause this so you can see the hail core. Let's pan around on this. Pan around and zoom in a little bit. It's definitely pouring rain. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to discern what exactly is going on. We got lots of heavy rain and lightning. So Del Diamond, right along Highway 79, and then especially north of there, Old Settlers Boulevard, County Road 110, University Boulevard, Westinghouse Road, North May Street, Sunrise Road, any of these areas, and this is going to track east, so this is going to be just north of Highway 79. This is going to impact places like Hutto if this holds together. Let's see, latest from the NWS. They're talking about this severe thunderstorm watch, which is now in effect until 4 a.m., and it now includes our coastal plains areas. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Milam County storm, which includes Milam County and then Bell and Falls counties, which are north of our area and not in our KVUE viewing area. So we do have some hail. I would say this stuff here just north of Round Rock, that maybe could be right up to quarter size. Here's a little bit of small hail coming into the domain right now. We're close to this one again. Grace, this could be
Round three.
Round three could be it. This is not damaging hail, okay? So I don't want to scare anybody that's already had hail twice today. This is not damaging hail, but there could be some small hail over parts of North Austin, around Allendale, up towards the domain. And then this is also coming into Circle C, Fort Oaks, Oak Hill, Hayes. these areas, this is also hail that is weakening. It is hail that is weakening below severe limit. So I would not be surprised if they let this southernmost warning drop off here if those don't pulse up. The storm over Round Rock has pulsed up a little bit, though, and that is producing hail. I think that is legitimate quarter-size hail right along the 79 corridor and areas northeast of Round Rock. So that is what we have right now. You can see above me, that is our Kalahari cam in Round Rock, right there across the street for the Dell Diamond. I'm getting lightning from a lot of our cams, including our tower cam. We've got rain moving into Austin, too. So, Grace, what are you looking at over there?
I'm looking at KVUE. I'm looking at when exactly this hail is gonna hit us next. So yeah, we're seeing this, hail core in a sense. It's gonna be very, very small, but it's passing over Spicewood Springs Road, Bull Creek, Greenbelt Park, Hill Elementary School, the Arboretum, up towards the Domain. You guys can maybe expect some small hail to be shifting into your area. It's also headed over Jollyville Road and Research Boulevard. Those areas may even, have some cars on them. I mean, I know this has been quite the night, so I hope that everyone has headed home and stayed home. But if not, you're going to be dealing with some issues with visibility out there as we continue to see very heavy rainfall, really in and around Austin. Right now, the Austin Metro, not seeing too much, but we are going to ramp things up a little bit. As you can see, there's some heavier rain out towards Barton Creek Square, the mall, headed towards the central Austin Metro downtown area. But again, I mean, also another thing to note is we haven't been dealing with any issues with rotation for the past couple of minutes here. Still some kind of brighter green areas you can see down to the south of Austin, so probably some pretty gusty winds in there. That also goes for areas of Dripping Spring out towards the west of Wood Creek too, but I think we can be a little bit more positive looking at those as well.
Hopefully things can kind of cycle down here, but we still certainly have some hail which is heading towards Hutto. Right now. You can see it behind me. This is the storm that we were looking at from our Kalahari cam. You can still see it above me. This is heading towards Hutto, and this hail core has cycled up a little bit. Highway 79, 130. This is heading out towards Hutto. I know Hutto Elementary is right there along 79. I was out there back this last Friday. A lot of these towns, let's zoom in a little bit closer. Here, Grace, you've got it pulled up. What are some of the, zoom in real close, and what are some of the roads you're seeing out there?
Oh, we've got Veterans Hill Elementary School, County Road 110, Limmer Loop, University Boulevard, County Road 112, Harrington Elementary School. Let's move over this way. Cottonwood Creek Elementary, Ed Schmidt Boulevard. Carl Stern Boulevard, Chris Kelly Boulevard, Forest Creek Golf Club, down towards Star Ranch Boulevard. That's kind of hitting most of the places there. So 79 and what is that? Highway 79 and it's really hard to see. And Highway 130 there. Yeah, now kind of headed up those northern areas. So yeah, University Boulevard, Montedale School, and then shifting up towards Jonah, Circleville. You guys are also included in the severe thunderstorm warning. However, obviously the hail core has shifted off to the south and west a little bit. We're getting really close to our radar here, so things can get a little bit wonky looking. As you can see, that they shift up. Our radar beam is very high in the sky, and sometimes things start to get missed the closer you go.
So basically what we now have is we have this severe, there's two hail producing storms in this basically one long severe thunderstorm warning. One is on the Blanco-Hayes County line. Then we have another storm, which is just north of Buda. This is producing hail that maybe on the big side, a few of those hailstones could be up close to quarter size. I would say most are a little bit less than that. We have a little bit of small hail around the Domain, up around Palmer Lane. We have this storm, which is producing hail over northern Lee County. And then the storm over Round Rock. This is intensifying again. So this is now producing hail upwards of quarter size here, and it is clipping the Hutto area right now. So Hutto, you are getting into some hail concerns right here. Let's, as Grace was doing, let's kind of zoom in. It will see Hutto Middle School, Limmer Loop, County Road 119, Hutto Elementary, FM 1660, Veterans Hill Elementary, University Boulevard, the Montdale School, FM 1660. This is where the hail core is now. This is going to move through pretty quick, but as I was saying with you guys earlier, when you start to see the blues, that's not what you want. So this, once you start getting blue and above, that's when the hail is upwards of quarter size, so 1.1 inch diameter hail is possible there in the Hutto area, especially just on the north side of town. That is where we're tracking the brunt of this hailstorm right now. This is the biggest hail that we have around the metro, the stuff that's moving in on the more south side of the metro, that it is not quite as substantial. So here's like a really close-in view. Oh, we just got a new scan. Okay. Here's a really close-in view. We'll just kind of pan upwards. So here's this one neighborhood down here. You get bridges at Cross Creek Boulevard, County Road 199. Then you cross north of 79. You get into Hutto Elementary School, Durango Downs Drive, Corton Drive, Cottonwood Creek Elementary, Limmer Loop, Westfield Street. This is where you get the biggest hail right now. Flynn Street. What is that? Sassafras Street? It's a good street name. Emory Crossing Boulevard, Rain Creek Drive, County Road 118, and then up to University Boulevard. So from University Boulevard down to Highway 79, that is where the worst of the hail is right now. And if this holds together, Taylor, this is tracking towards you. Circleville, this is tracking towards you. And then Thrall, if it holds together, but that's a little bit farther down the line. So that is the situation right now. We continue to scan through our various social media platforms, and
we've had some cancellations just for Blanco County. Southern Blanco County was clipped out of that severe thunderstorm warning that's now entering South Austin and that Dripping Springs area.
Okay, good to know.
News. Also a report from City of Austin. Someone who works for the City of Austin said no flood issues so far in Austin. Just a handful of slow street and storm drainage reports. So thankfully there are no major issues out there.
Good to hear. Let's see, so we're coming up on 9:08. What we might do, we're going to do a quick cut in on TV just because we have some of this hail moving into places like Hutto and South Austin. So Grace, I'm going to get you queued up on the wall here. You can take it and go for a second. I will be back in one moment.
Yep, so yeah, continuing to watch this line. You can really see it goes so much farther to the south and west of us. Still storms firing out there to the west of San Antonio in Bexar County there. Lots of lightning associated with those, but of course, as this line is continuing off to the east, we're slowly but surely hopefully seeing a weakening trend in a lot of these, especially the kind of conglomerate of the storms that is shaping up for the Austin Metro, as well as down towards Hayes County and up towards Williamson County, and now, you know, into even Lee and Milam County here. So updates with the National Weather Service, we haven't seen too much, despite just, you know, some cancellations being clipped off here. So we did have this really far stretching severe thunderstorm warning that included Blanco County with these storms, these couple of storms, but also includes Dripping Springs as well as Buda. So keeping a watch on those. And of course, we're still keeping a watch on our hail issues because we have seen them obviously a lot tonight. Let's take a look at our Georgetown, to the south of Georgetown. This is moving over Hutto. I believe this is where we just were, up towards University Boulevard. Yep. Okay. So this is one of our storms that we're watching for the potential for maybe some larger hail, anywhere from potentially ping pong size, maybe golf ball size, but probably less than that. And then down here, we were watching a signature over towards Dripping Springs. We're now watching for the potential for some hail moving across that southern I-35 corridor between Buda and 290 there. So, you know, if you're in some of these areas, those South Austin, Shady Hollow, Ford Oaks, Manchaca Road, this is down towards Slaughter Lane, Buff Springs. It's possible this is going to be smaller end hail, and of course, you know, just weekend as well. So smaller end hail, but potentially pea-sized, nickel-sized, penny-sized, that kind of thing is what you should expect. So yeah, you can see that the look of these storms is getting, you know, very jagged looking. That's how you can tell that they're really just working off kind of a boundary, kind of an outflow boundary there. They're not, you know, super intact with what's going on with the ground as much. They're not really feeding off of a lot of energy anymore. And you can see they're kind of lifting up. And you can also note that a lot of these rainfall rates, it's not, you know, we're not dealing with a lot of dark reds and oranges now. We're mostly dealing with kind of just speckles of red, as well as most of the kind of outer rim of these storms is mostly yellow. So it is, you know, moderate to even heavy rain, but a lot of places are even seeing a lot of light rain too. As well. So I think we are starting to come into the clear just a little bit, not totally, but you can even see one of these outflow boundaries here in central Texas, down towards San Marcos as well as Lockhart. So they're probably going to see some gusty winds here in a moment. Can't really see it on our velocity. Oh, yes, you can actually. So here's this red line going all the way down. You can see some gustier winds here. Let's take a little bit of a check on the potential for that. Okay, so 32 miles per hour, nothing crazy, 41 miles per hour, but that's what's called an outflow boundary. So when a thunderstorm starts to kind of dissipate and, you know, begin to, you know, kind of be in its final moments, it sends out a really big brush of very significant wind out in front of it. So that's what's called an outflow boundary. And we're starting to see a couple of those. And it's a good also indication of a storm starting to weaken up a little bit. So I'm seeing some good things, some good signs, but of course, you know, we still have to watch for that hail out there, which thankfully a lot of these signatures have dropped off to the South Austin area. Even this one that was moving towards Hutto, University Boulevard, that one is starting to look a little bit weaker as well. Headed towards Tanglewood, starting to note, or continuing to note rather, the potential for that hail, but also very small that way. And we're not noting any storms behind this. We do have one upcoming here in Blanco County. This is not severe warned, also not in our viewing area totally. Blanco County is in our viewing area, but it's possible we could see this one kind of work its way into the region. Possibly could, you know, potentially be severe warned, but you know, of course, we're starting to see those weakening ingredients, like I said, with this really long outflow boundary. You can see it's headed all the way down past San Marcos and all the way through Bexar County down through San Antonio. So that's another good thing that we're seeing. We may have just been issued another severe All right, that storm we were just talking about, the National Weather Service has issued a special weather statement for that one. Not severe warned just yet. But I'm not sure we had one of these storms earlier. Or one of these severe warned storms. Lots going on in the National Weather Service chat tonight, for sure. They may have split this warning apart. Still ongoing for Round Rock, but I think as things are starting to get a little bit split up here. They've now issued this new one over that includes Taylor, as well as north and eastern Williamson County. We'll take a check again on our hail, which up towards Hutto, this is mostly our most significant hail core that we're seeing at the moment. Again, on the lower end of what we've seen so far tonight. So this is potentially up to an inch. So this is kind of what we were seeing a little bit earlier tonight. So this is between Hutto now and Taylor. And now this hail core is within the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see how late this one is going to. So this one goes until 9:45 p.m. Storms, you know, not moving as fast as they were. So cities include Georgetown, Granger, Hutto, Taylor, and of course in our next scan we've had a little bit of a bump up in intensity, probably getting over that inch mark there, moving over Taylor, Highway 79, and intersecting Highway 95 as well.
All right, so as Grace was saying, basically what we have going on right now is we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern portion of the Austin metro. That one continues to trend in the right direction. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still heavy rain and lightning. The hail there, though, I would say is less than quarter size right now. We do have a little bit more small hail. Man, Elgin is literally about to get round 3 of hail right now. This one, thankfully, is much, much smaller, but there could be some pea to penny size hail about to move in. On the west side of Elgin, we have a hail core here, which is on the northern side of Lee County, which is near Lexington. That is heading towards Tanglewood, and the Highway 71 corridor. This is the most pressing issue right now, though. It's the Taylor area, where we have a pretty sizable hail core, which is moving in. This is what moved through Hutto, and this is going to be hail that could be quarter size plus, maybe a quarter to golf ball size hail. We continue to get more of these hail reports that kind of trickle in through the National Weather Service chat. Here's a very interesting note. Close to 2,400 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes estimated between 8 to 9 o'clock in this area. How about that? That's pretty crazy, right? Here, let's switch our live view at the bottom of your screen. Let's go back to see what we've got going on. We'll go Zach Theater camera right now. As this storm that moved through Round Rock is now starting to move away to the east, so we'll go Cam 24. We'll take that. Let's do... There we go. Here, I'll pan that down so you guys got a better view of things. You can see we've got all sorts of rain and lightning into the metro. Again, across the metro, there is not an immediate concern for damaging hail. There could be a little small hail, but I don't see damaging hail. What we do, though, is hail that could be, some of this could be damaging heading into the Taylor area. It is riding right along 79, so Taylor, and the next up is just going to keep on going down Highway 79. It will be impacting places like Thrall here before too long. Matt is watching, says hail just past Hutto about 1 to an inch to an inch and a quarter. Yeah, I think, Matt, hopefully no car damage or anything. Any other reports that you can pass along to us? I think that's about right still, as this is moving into Taylor. I would say an inch to an inch and a quarter in diameter. Matt, how long did that hail last for you? This is probably going to be pretty quick, 5 minutes or so, and then the hail will move out. But this is severe hail from Hutto, which is now moving into Taylor. Here's another report, golf ball size hail in Hutto. Yeah, so it looks like we're quarter to golf ball size hail with this stuff that moved through Hutto, and still I think it's the same deals. This is now moving into Taylor. All right. So that is the situation right now. Taylor is the spot that has by far the biggest hail concern. Here's just kind of the broader view on the hail tracker. Let's do this. Let's do kind of a bigger picture reset here. Let's talk about how the rest of the night's going to unfold. So first I'll show you our graph model. Looks like it's done a decent job with initialization. It has some of these existing storms moving east of I-35, and then new storms fire up right on this boundary and move up as we go into 11:30. Midnight. And then with this round, to me, the severe threat looks lower overall. But I think it's going to be Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County that have the bigger severe threat as opposed to Austin and the Hill Country. Severe thunderstorm warning for Comal, Hayes, Bear, and Kendall. So that's going to be on the southern side of things. Okay, so again, here's what the radar is showing. This line of storms over the I-35 corridor moves east, and then more storms fire along that boundary and move into especially our southeastern counties here in the KVUE area. Right, let's go back to our radar shot. Let's see what's going on with this new warning, and this is it. Okay, so this storm south of the KVUE area, just south of Blanco County, has fired up a new warning. This is a storm that is also producing some hail. If this holds together, it could impact the San Marcos area, but really this is on the southern fringe of our KVUE area. Right now, here's a closer look in Austin. It is pouring rain with lightning over downtown. If you live in Garfield, this is where the meatiest part of this storm is. And that hail core is increasing now around the Garfield area. This is hail that could be upwards of quarter size too, which is going to be moving into Garfield right along the 71 corridor. Pierce Lane, Elroy Road, these communities in East Austin, Weberville, you could get clipped by this as well. This storm is producing some hail. Man, I tell you what, Elgin is in fact about to get round 3 of hail. This is hail that is now pulsing upwards. That could be quarter size to 1.25 inches in diameter. Then here's the hail core over the Taylor area near Taylor Municipal, the Emmanuel Church, FM 973, the South Side School. The biggest of the hail is on the south side of town. So some more of these towns, Windy Ridge Road, Backwoods Pass, FM 973, South Park Boulevard, County Road 400, South Rio Grande Street, and along 79. So that is where the hail core is right now in Taylor. In fact, I was asking some of you guys for reports on that area earlier. Did the eclipse cause rain to hit Texas? Could be.
Some new energy.
This is just like classic Texas. We've got this once-in-a-lifetime eclipse experience, and now we've got hail. Yeah, we'll still do that in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, everybody, we're going to do a quick cut-in on KVUE, just to update folks on TV ahead of our newscast, which is starting at 10 o'clock. So we will continue on our stream until then, and then we'll segue over to KVUE. Logan is saying, Round Rock, the hail pass, nothing serious. Good. All right. Tell you what, guys, the YouTube chat is crazy sometimes, reading through that. All right. So we have 3 hail cores that I'm tracking now. One is over far southeast Austin, near the Weberville area. One is heading into Elgin. This is round 3 of hail in Elgin. Man. And another one is over Taylor, heading towards Thrall. All of these would be quarter inch to golf ball size on the large end. What are the vibes looking like for Austin tonight? We're going to continue to have rain for the Austin area, especially into about midnight, and then eventually the stuff's going to move out from west to east, and tomorrow should be a much drier day. Grace, you seeing anything exciting over there?
I was just kind of looking at the I-35 corridor. I think a lot of it has some sort of severe thunderstorm warning in and around.
The stuff that's immediately over Austin right now, like over downtown Austin, is not really severe. The stuff which is going into Buda, not too severe. Where you get into the severe stuff and the hail is out here around Garfield. And this also could clip Cedar Creek, could head towards Utley, and then Elgin. So this is about to, really most of the severe stuff is just east of the I-35 corridor now. Bastrop County, there's a couple of hail cores coming in, and then this stuff which is near the Taylor area. It could be heading out towards Thorndale. It'll keep following 79, so it'll head out towards Thrall and Thorndale. So you can see it there. Those are the three hail cores we're tracking. Right here, over southeast Austin. There we go.
Above 1.25 inches for Elgin.
Yeah, 1.25 inches right here in Elgin. And then this over Taylor. So we've got 3 hail cores. They are updating the hail size. This is a storm that is south of our area, but they're updating the hail size for a storm south of our area into ping pong ball size. Janie is hearing some thunder. Here, Jerome is watching right now, and Taylor says big hail, ping pong for sure.
Okay.
All right, so let's focus in here on the Taylor area. Oh. I set an alarm. We have a cut-in coming up here in just a few minutes. We're going to do real quick a TV cut-in, and then we'll get back here to our stream. So this is the hail core right now, which is over Taylor. Jerome just experienced that. And Raphael saying Round Rock is pretty calm at the moment. Yeah, Round Rock, this stuff is all moved to the east. Let me make sure my IFB is on before we... Okay, we've got 90 seconds. Cool. You guys are witnessing a little bit of the behind the scenes as we juggle between the digital platforms and what we're doing here on KVUE Plus and YouTube and all of our streaming platforms, just trying to keep everybody updated on all of the platforms that we provide info on. I'm getting folks asking, will it tornado? There is no imminent tornado threat. The watch that we have in effect is a severe thunderstorm watch. We have not had any tornado warnings since this morning. So mainly I think this is a hail and a straight line wind threat as of now. I'm not completely ruling out a tornado, but mainly right now we are tracking the hail threat. Hail is the main concern right now across central Texas. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take Max full real quick. I'm going to turn off the mic. So here in about, you're going to continue to see this. Here in about 1 minute, we're going to go on TV, and I'll punch that up for you guys. But we will be back in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Hello everybody, Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Just a quick 30-second update on a line of strong to severe storms which is moving through the Austin Metro and the I-35 corridor. The biggest threat with these storms is the hail potential, and we actually have a few hail cores that I'm watching. This one is now moving out of southeast Austin and into northern Bastrop County. It's near the Garfield area, just north of Cedar Creek. It is heading towards Utley. This is hail that could be a 1/4 inch up to 1.25 inches in diameter. Elgin getting the third round of hail for tonight. Right along 290, moving into town in Elgin. This is hail that could also be up to 1.25 inches in diameter. And finally, our third hail core is near the Taylor area. This is the storm that moved through Round Rock, produced hail in Hutto. Now it's near Taylor. It is heading towards Thrall and Thorndale. So we have a number of storms that we are watching. We are streaming right now on KVUE Plus with full updates. And of course, our newscast coming up tonight at 10. We'll see you then. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. All right. And now we are back on our digital platforms here. So we just did a quick cut in on TV, trying not to interrupt programming too much. But really, the biggest hail that we have right now, well, two areas. It is Cedar Creek and it is Elgin. These two hail cores. Folks are asking about Georgetown. No issues right now for Georgetown. Georgetown, really, I think Georgetown, you're in the clear for severe weather through the rest of tonight. Here is our Zach Theater camera where, again, nothing is severe there, but we're getting a pretty good lightning display. I'll leave that up here for a moment, see if we get any more lightning. Matt says minimal car damage so far. I put the moving blankets down. Great idea. Yeah, you are right. The last 3 storms in Elgin produced hail. All right, folks are asking about Lexington. Let's talk about Lexington and Lee County. Here, I'll go back to this. So, Lee County and Lexington, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Let's see. So this storm near Elgin is probably more so the one you need to watch. Again, there's 2 hail cores right here. We've got this one near Garfield and Cedar Creek, and then we've got another one near Elgin. I think this one near Elgin is the one that would be more so in play for Lexington. If this keeps going kind of east-northeast like that, then this storm could impact the Lexington area. It's got a history of producing hail up to 1.25 inches in diameter. So this is why, if you just got a phone alert, and this is why you're looking for info right now, this is the storm that could impact Lexington. Let me get the info in this warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30. Let's read the text of this warning. Let's see. A severe thunderstorm was located near Wildwood, or 7 miles east of the Austin-Bergstrom International Airport, moving east at 50. Man, flying. Radar indicated ping. Okay, so they've upgraded this now. So ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Racing east at 50 miles per hour. So this is going to be there pretty soon in the Lexington area. Hopefully that hail core dies down, but you're going to get heavy rain and lightning for sure. And then also in Lexington, you've got another storm just to the north. I don't think there's any hail in that. Let's double check. Yeah, no hail there, but up near the Tanglewood area, just north of Lexington, you are getting some heavy rain and lightning, so you're probably hearing that storm off in the distance too. Go out wider just so you can see this system. Look at that. This big line of storms is filling in down farther south as well. That's why they had to expand this severe thunderstorm watch down to the south. But yeah, this is going to play out exactly how the graph predicted here. So what's going to happen is this new batch of storms has developed to the south, and it's riding right along this boundary. So what this is going to do is it's all just going to kind of funnel up this way. So I'm hoping that after this first round of storms that the air is going to be a little bit worked over in Austin. So I think the severe threat overnight overall is going to be trending lesser. But we do have this new severe thunderstorm watch, which goes until 4 a.m. So severe weather is going to continue to be possible, mainly a hail threat. But as the atmosphere gets a little bit more worked over, I think the severe threat trends down a little bit. Hopefully that takes the hail size down too. But if you live in Bexar County or the San Antonio area, this area down to the south is not worked over yet. So these spots are still going to have the risk for severe weather. Here's the surface map. Again, I talk about a boundary, not to get too technical, but we've got a frontal boundary, which is moving through. So right along that is where all these storms are firing. But we already have this kind of drier, cooler air starting to work in across the hill country. So the severe threat is all entirely going to be, let me get my it's all going to be in this area on the bottom side of the front. If you live out here, the severe threat really is winding down because this cooler air is moving in. It's this area that we are all watching down there. It's very elegant artistry right there. So we have the solid line of severe storms, right, which is now starting to move east to the I-35 corridor. And then once this stuff moves east, new rain's going to move in off the bottom side of this boundary, and that's going to move into our KVUE area later on tonight. And to show you what I mean, I think this graph model has done a pretty good job of projecting that. So This initial round is going to move away to the east, and then look, this heavy rain surges up right along that boundary. And I think that's going to go right up to San Marcos and Buda and Austin. Not so much for Williamson County and the Hill Country. And then we're going to get heavy rain into Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County, Milam County. And then by 2 a.m., most of this rain is gone. And by 5 a.m., really all of it is gone. And that's going to do it. So again, I think this has a really good understanding of how things will play out. There's going to be some more heavy rain, especially Austin points southeast into the early overnight, and then that's going to be it. Here's how much more additional rainfall this model is printing out. Hey, over an inch for San Marcos. Certainly could be over an inch in some spots. So that is not enough, especially southeast of Austin, where the soil is a little bit more adept at handling this type of rain. I don't see a big flood risk, but this is the flood outlook for the rest of tonight, where we do have that level 2 risk. Again, I think the flooding concern is mainly going to be southeast of Austin now, because that's where the storms are trending. Here's our updated storm outlook. They still have us with this enhanced risk along and east of I-35. Again, I think you could probably trim that even a little bit more, where now I'm kind of watching this zone in the red and then down to the south. I think that's going to be the main zone to watch. Oracle outlook. Here's the tornado threat. They have the hatched area for parts of southeast Texas and east Texas north of the Houston area. What that means is significant tornadoes will be possible. Here's the wind threat. Hey, they've actually added the hatched area into our area. That means significant wind over 70 miles per hour is possible. And then obviously we have seen the hail potential. They do have us in that hatched risk for hail in the elevated 30% area. This is how much rain we have already seen. There have been some areas well over an inch of rain, and there are parts of Burnett County over 3 inches of rain. So let's get that funneling into our Highland Lake system, and hopefully we can get Lake Travis going up a little bit more. But here's the situation right now. Just a mess, a big line of storms, hail, lightning, heavy rain producers. This looks very busy on the radar, but then when you get down to kind of the nuts and bolts, there's really 2 hail cores that we are watching. Both of them now are in Bastrop County. So north of Cedar Creek along 71, this is heading towards Camp Swift, the southern one. Then the one over Elgin is going to move east-northeast. And I know we have some folks in the chat who are watching near the Lexington area. This is going to be tracking towards you. Okay, so let me look at the chat one more time. We are coming up on 9:40. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. I'll leave the radar loop on for you guys. And then if you live in our KVUE area, our full newscast coming up at 10 o'clock is 23 minutes away. All right. Don't see any more questions. Still have over 1,000 people watching. We appreciate everybody taking the time to watch with us tonight. Again, our goal here on YouTube and KVUE Plus just to keep everybody updated, doing it online here where we have time to just kind of relax and take a deeper dive look at things. It's a good way for us to do it. So I will get you to the radar loop. There's not going to be any audio. Again, we'll take a 22-minute break, and our full newscast at 10 is coming up in 22 minutes. All right. Hello, everybody. Mic is on. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are live once again. We've had just on the radar loop. We've got some new warnings which are being issued for our area, so thought we would hop on here and walk through it for a while. And by the way, you see on top of the screen there, that is the live view from our Zach Theater camera in Austin. There is some light rain over the Austin area, but the severe issues for Austin and the I-35 corridor are over. I do not expect additional severe weather concerns through the rest of tonight in the metro. However, southeast of Austin, that severe threat is going to continue, as we've seen with this severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Luling and Caldwell County in our area, as well as a couple of counties down to our south. This goes until 12:30. This is bringing a hail threat coming into the Luling area. Let me click into this warning and we'll see the size and the speed of this storm. So they're saying ping pong ball size hail and a wind gust up to 60 miles per hour. That is what they can expect with this storm. So let's go into the hail tracker and we will see what the hail signature is looking like. And there it is. This is tracking directly towards Luling. So I know we have had just a number, it seems like a dozen hail-producing storms. This is going to be another one to add to the list. The hail core, and you all know how this works. We don't pay attention to just one scan because these things, they trend up and they trend down. But this is producing hail quarter size or so, I would say, near Kingsbury. This is tracking right into Luling. It's really traveling right along I-10. It's between Seguin and Luling, but this is going to bring a hail threat into the Luling area. Also some gusty winds in here. Let me show you the velocities. Yeah, check that out. Here's the base. Here's the storm relative. The brighter these colors, essentially, the stronger the winds are. I'll cue up some of these numbers. Yeah, 54 miles per hour. Easily there could be 40 to 55 mile per hour winds, I would say, in this storm, which is moving into Caldwell County. So that is why we are on talking about this with you. But before we get too in the weeds on this storm, let's just do kind of a big picture reset now that things have kind of started to change a little bit heading into this evening. So this is the only warning that we have right now. I'll back it up even further. You can see all sorts of storms that develop down to our south, but most of those are on track to stay down to our south. In the pink, you can see where the severe thunderstorm watch has been trimmed. So for Austin and the Hill Country, there is no longer a severe thunderstorm watch in effect, and I no longer expect issues with severe weather tonight for these areas. However, for Caldwell County, Bastrop County, and Fayette County, we still have another few hours here. This watch technically still goes until 4 a.m., and for good reason. Again, we've got this line of storms which is coming in, and it is producing hail up to ping pong ball size. It is also producing some gusty winds. We have had all sorts of hail reports sent in tonight. Initially, we had this big hail-producing storm come over the North Austin metro. It produced hail at KVUE. We had a massive hail-producing storm near Marble Falls, which produced hail up to baseball size. And then in Bastrop, just prior to our 10 o'clock show, another destructive hailstorm. And those are just the destructive ones. We had even more outside of that. So I'm keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat as well. They continue to sift through, I mean, I would say hundreds of hail reports that have been sent in. Speaking of, let me show you some of these reports. These are them. These are them. Look at all of the hail reports, especially here over the North Austin metro. Those are big hailstones that were upwards were up close to baseball size in some instances. We had baseball size plus hail near the Marble Falls area. In fact, at one point, that warning was for hail up to softball size. And then in Bastrop, we also had destructive hail. A lot of that fell over the state park. I'm hoping the damage isn't too bad right in downtown Bastrop. But nonetheless, we had very significant hail in that area. And now we have a storm. You can see this has a history of producing hail near the Seguin area. It's got a report coming in, and that is moving into Luling right now. What we can do is do a storm track. So let's see what the movement of this storm is. Severe thunderstorm located a line extending from Fentress to 12 miles south of Kingsbury, moving northeast at 40. Ping pong ball size, hail, and 60 mile per hour winds. So this thing is going 40 miles per hour. Do about like this. And that is going to take it into Luling shortly. Places like Sandy Fork, you are also in the path of this storm. Colony, Flatonia, String Prairie, if this continues on its current path, and we see no indication that it will change. So just one warning right now. Good news, one warning for our KVUE area. Again, if you live in Austin or the I-35 corridor, Williamson County, and especially the Hill Country, the severe threat for tonight has ended. But if you live in Luling, if you live in Bastrop, if you live in Fayette County, even Lee County, we are still going to have a severe threat for the next couple of hours. So we will be here watching it for you. All right, let's go into our stream. Let's see, do we have any reports here? Jared is saying, I'm so glad I didn't get that in Round Rock. Duncan, no more severe weather warnings for Austin right now. Absolutely. Hail's died off in Austin. Yep, so the severe threat for Austin has ended. I believe we are also streaming on the good old Facebook as well. I will get that pulled up and see if we've got any reports there. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. The only warning, again, is when it's moving into the Luling area. This is a storm that's producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail heading into Luling right now. This is a live view right now from our Zach Theater camera. We have a little bit of light rain coming across the metro, but no hail in there. No hail. But this thing coming into Luling is certainly still capable of some hail. Getting a few reports from south of our area in the National Weather Service chat of very strong thunderstorm wind gusts of 62 miles per hour down to our south in Bexar County near the San Antonio area. So a straight line wind threat as well as the risk for hail, and that kind of sums up our threats. Let me see if they've... So this enhanced risk from the Storm Prediction Center, this is probably a little bit overdone. Let me kind of draw out where the main threat is. Again, it's going to be in our KVUE area. It's going to be something like that, right? So these are the areas that we're watching. The severe threat for Austin has ended, but the threat levels, this will kind of tell the story here. They actually included our area in the hatched risk for strong winds. That means significant winds that could be upwards of 70 miles per hour in spots. Hopefully don't see that, but there is wind potential in addition to the hail potential. We still have that hatched risk east of I-35. Again, those don't get updated as frequently as the watches do. So here is the existing severe thunderstorm watch. The I-35 corridor has been trimmed out of it, okay? So Hays County, Travis County, Williamson County removed from the watch, but it does continue for 3 of our local counties now. That is Caldwell County, Bastrop County, and Fayette County until 4 a.m. with the threat for isolated large hail, gusty winds, and we can't completely rule out a tornado either. So back into the radar. And we'll just kind of, I wanted to, since this is moving into Luling, and I know a lot of folks watch us from there, just wanted to kind of cover the storm as it rolls into Luling. So we'll stay live on here for another couple of minutes. If anybody around the Luling area has reports or questions for us, please let us know. We're keeping an eye on the chat on both YouTube and on Facebook. And then, of course, we're streaming on KVUE Plus. You could be watching a Roku TV, Apple TV. We're streaming all over the place. This is moving into Luling now. So I-10 corridor, Joliet, you're also about to get a pretty good bit of wind and rain. Also maybe a little bit of hail, although the bigger hail signatures right along the I-10 corridor. That is what is heading into Luling. Harwood, you are also included in this. Here's a closer look. Obviously, this is right on the I-10 corridor. The Highway 80, 90, and 183 all down in this vicinity. And then Prairie Lee up on the more northern edge of this. You are also included Joliet, and then FM 1977. Here's the intersection of 80 and 130. So again, just kind of giving you some landmarks here as this hail-producing storm is rolling into Luling. The hail signature in the last couple of scans has come down in intensity a little bit earlier. I mean, you could just see on the loop. Earlier, this thing had those bright blues with it where it's producing hail to ping pong ball size. Now it looks to be trending down a little bit, but hey, we've been covering these things all night. They trend down, they trend right back up. So just be prepared for quarter size plus hail in Luling. Make sure you're taking your hail precautions. And if you're out ahead of this in maybe McMahon or Harwood, Saturn, Welder, these areas, just make sure you are taking your hail precautions right now. Delhi, this includes you too, with this storm producing strong winds, and in some spots it is producing hail that could be quarter to ping pong ball size. So just make sure you're taking your hail precautions and your severe weather precautions as this severe thunderstorm warning is moving in. Here's another look at the numbers on this. It will go until 12:30, so another 35 minutes on it. We'll continue to just do kind of a radar tour too. There is some rain here over the metro, but this is not hail. This is just good sleeping weather, which is bringing some light rain from Austin down to Buda and Kyle. On the topic of rain, now we're having our data populating with the rainfall totals. The numbers that you see, these are from the LCRA Hydromet, so these are actual rain gauges and not radar estimated totals. And then you can see the coloring, that is the radar estimated projection from our system. There was 1 to 2.5 inches of rain over much of the North Austin metro. Outside of that, Burnett County, this was mainly from some of the rain, the combo actually of rain and a tornado warned storm earlier this morning, and then a big hail producing storm that moved through Marble Falls, produced baseball size hail, but also produced some rain in areas that need it. So we'll get this going into our Highland Lake system, Lake Marble Falls, and eventually that is going to be traveling downstream into parts of Lake Travis. So hopefully this makes a little bit of a difference. And then also some rain over parts of Gillespie County, Blanco County, Hayes County, but looks like it was Llano into Burnett County, Williamson County, and Travis County that were some of the big winners, and then also had some pretty substantial rain here from Elgin into the Bocas area. That was another storm that produced hail, though, unfortunately, to go along with some of that rain. For anybody just joining us, this is the area that we really are watching. From Caldwell County to Bastrop County, I'm going to include Lee County, even though they've canceled the watch there. This is the area that I've circled in red. So if you live in Luling, if you live in Bastrop, LaGrange, Flatonia, Schulenburg, Giddings, Lexington, Dimebox, any of these areas, just stay weather aware with us through the rest of tonight. If you are watching this, you are obviously somebody who stays weather aware, but if you're trying to go to bed, I don't see an immediate concern for a tornado, which is good. My advice, turn the ringer on your phone all the way up. Make sure you have the KVUE app downloaded. In that way, if we get any other alerts, it will push that information right to your phone. And we've got the stream going, and we'll be watching it for you. Meteorologist Grace Thornton is in the studio with us, has been helping us out this evening. And then Shane Hinton's going to come in at 1:30. So we will keep you covered through the rest of tonight. And this stuff eventually is going to move out of here. So let's actually do that. Let's go into our models here, and I'll show you how things will play out through the rest of tonight. Let's pull up our graph model. That seems to be the one that has been doing the best. Here it is. So all of this is going to focus on areas that are south and southeast of Austin. Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County. There's 12:30. We keep going into 1:30, and at that point, really most of the rain appears to be moving out already, and by tomorrow morning we're pretty much completely dry. There could be some wraparound showers, mainly north and northeast of Austin, through tomorrow, especially mid to late morning into the early afternoon, but I don't anticipate any additional severe weather. If you're wondering about the meteorological setup, here's a look at that. I know this looks kind of messy through a random area of high pressure in there, but we've got this stalled frontal boundary, which is over our area. It's not completely stalled. It's slowly moving eastward, but all of the rain and storms have pulled up along that cold front, and some of them are drifting north along the front, which is why we're getting these storms moving into the southeastern areas in our KVUE area. Man, that storm, the line of storms down to our south of San Antonio is looking mean too. And then look at this big mess of flash flood warnings from East Texas into Louisiana. And then the severe threat's going to continue. So here's the rest of our day one outlook. Here's the day two. They've got a day two moderate risk from Louisiana into Jackson, Mississippi, Hattiesburg, down into southwest Alabama. So it looks like tomorrow is going to be another active day, but tomorrow for us is going to trend quieter. And then I'll also show you this, the flood risk. I'm not super concerned about this, especially for areas southeast of Austin. These spots, they handle water a lot more effectively than some of our spots across the hill country, which are more flood prone, but there is still that level 2 slight risk for flash flooding. So back to the radar. I'll run through this one more time, and then we'll get you probably just back to the radar loop again. We're here. We're in the station. We're watching it. If anything changes and the hail core ramps up, we will, of course, let you know. But at this point, I think we've given you a heads up. In Luling, the storm has moved in, and it is producing hail right over Luling right now. There's the hail tracker. I'm hoping that this is mainly quarter size or less. The warning is for ping pong ball size hail. Let me make sure they haven't changed that. Okay, they have. Hey, good news. So they're saying now 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. Severe thunderstorms located along a line from near Lockhart to 7 miles southwest of Palmetto State Park. Beautiful area, by the way. These are moving northeast at 35, producing winds up to 60 miles per hour and nickel-size hail. So the hail has come down, but still I think there could be some gusty winds in here. I think we have some small hail over Luling. Let's check in with the velocities and see what the winds are. Whoa. Hey, they weren't kidding about that wind. Yeah, so check that out. Let's zoom in closer where you see these brighter yellows. Again, on the east side now of Luling into the Harwood area. That's going to easily be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds right here that are being estimated by the radar. So a strong straight line wind threat as well. Places like Sandy Fork, this is going to include you as well. So here is, wow, 72 mile per hour, 58 miles per hour. Anything that is 58 miles per hour or higher, that's what we consider, that's the beginning of severe criteria. So there could be some strong winds in here too to go along with that hail risk. And that does coincide with where we have that leading edge of the rain, which is moving in. Again, this is moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Over Luling now, Harwood, it's heading towards you. Delhi, Tillman, Sea Willow, McMahon, Sandy Fork, Welder, Hickston. These are some of the areas that are out ahead of this thing. If they extend this warning beyond Caldwell County, next up would be likely southern Bastrop County into Fayette County. So it'd be something like this, maybe including places like Smithville. These are some of the areas later on down the line if the storm continues to produce strong winds as well as hail. They're saying, so this is interesting, this is not in our area, but they're saying a wake low is developing down around the San Antonio area. So that sometimes we get that when you have a big complex, especially a line of storms like this, they produce all this outflow wind and then you get this area of low pressure back behind it. We call it a wake low, and that produces really strong, essentially really strong non-thunderstorm winds in the wake of the storm. So it's kind of confusing. The storm moves through and you think everything's done, and then these really strong winds churn up. So we call that a wake low. Let's see what our wind speeds are doing here to make sure none of that is trickling up into our area. So here are the latest wind speeds and wind gusts in our area. Looks like everything is, for the most part, behaving itself. San Marcos right now, the windiest with a wind gust of 29 miles per hour. Then just to show you that we have this front which is working through, temperature is 67 right now in Austin. Then you can see where those yellows with the 70s are all getting pushed east and southeast of our area. The dew point map and the relative humidity will really show this front likely. So you've got drier air, which is now starting to work into the hill country. This boundary is slowly making its way through, and that by tomorrow is going to be bringing some cooler, drier air into our area. The high temperature tomorrow is going to be in the 70s. We don't like having the hail, but the good news is that these storms have produced quite a bit of rain. There was 1.52 inches of rain for Camp Mabry today. So let me see what that hasn't been added into our monthly rain yet, obviously. But that's going to kick us up well above average for this early in April. Again, we appreciate the rain, still dealing with some drought conditions, especially across the hill country. Light rain from Austin down to San Marcos, but Luling, that is anything but light. That is heavy rain We have nickel-size hail and wind gusts that could be up to 60 miles per hour.
1 inch size hail reported in Guadalupe.
So down to our south, we've got a report of 1 inch hail now.
That Seguin area.
Seguin, yeah. Those pronunciations down to the south get a little tricky. I will tell you, this was like 4 years ago when I had first started. I didn't know how to say Bexar County, B-E-X-A-R. I said Bexar County on a stream, and it was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life, probably. Anyways, we know these Texas pronunciations can be a little crazy. Let's see. Better not damage the Luling City Market. I hope not. Looks like we don't have any other reports here. We've got 291 folks who are tuned in with us. We appreciate all the weather nerds staying up late with us as we track some of these hail-producing storms. We go on to Twitter here, and yeah, I continue to get pictures of this stuff near Marble Falls, which produced. I do not think that this storm in Luling is producing hail like that, but man, in Marble Falls we had baseball-sized hail, and I think unfortunately that did a lot of damage in that area. But this is going to be more along the lines of quarter-size hail on the hail tracker, which is in Luling. Again, the storm is moving east-northeast. So with that being said, now that this hasn't blossomed into anything overly destructive, again, I'm not trying to mitigate it. We do have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible and hail that could be up to an inch in diameter, but this is not showing destructive hail tendencies like some of our last storms. So with that being said, I'll get you back to the radar loop. Grace and I, we're here, we're watching things, and if anything escalates, we'll hop on to our stream. Again, my advice, if you live in Caldwell County, Bastrop County, or Fayette County, just turn the ringer up on your phone. Make sure you have the KVUE app downloaded, so that way if we get any more alerts, it'll ding your phone, and then you can check us out here on the stream. If you are watching in Austin, the severe weather threat has ended, so if you're just trying to check in with the weather, just watching for entertainment, that's fine, but don't worry about the weather if you live in the I-35 corridor, Austin Metro, and the Hill Country. Through the rest of tonight, the severe threat has ended, but for Caldwell, Bastrop, and Fayette County, the severe threat continues into about 4 a.m. So I'll get you back to the radar loop. We will check in later if needed later on tonight.